Humor is truth told sideways, so it can sneak past authority and still make its point. Namaskar, I'm Aratrika Chaudhary, your host for this session, and I wholeheartedly welcome you all to Kalinga Literary Fest 2026. Humor in Media Rethinking Cartoons, a session that takes laughter very seriously. Today, we explore humor as commentary, cartoons as conscience, and laughter as a serious business. We are delighted to welcome Professor Bibhu Acharya, former IAS officer, former Special Chief Secretary to the Government of Telangana, and Director General of MCR HRD Institute. With a distinguished career spanning administration, policy, planning, and institution building, he brings a rare insider's perspective on how humor, satire, and cartoons reflect and occasionally unsettle systems of power. Joining him is Sir Chinmay Hota, a master of the short humorous form, writing his iconic middles since his college days for leading newspapers like the Times of India and the Statesman. His collection Hits and Misses captures the everyday ironies of Indian life and wit that is gentle, observant, and quietly subversive. Please join me in welcoming both of them with warm applauses because they are going to be steering this lively conversation into journalistic curiosity. So, please.
So we'll start right away without any further ado. Is it okay, sir? Okay. Okay, let's give some time to fill in. And meanwhile, sir can think up some subject on this.
No, Sunday morning at 10 o'clock is early and a cold wintry morning. So we need to, it's a theme for a cartoon.
Yes.
You were literally pulling somebody out of their bed to come, and who wants to come for a session in a literary festival on a Sunday morning? They want to have a garam chai at home. Chai, unfortunately, is not available outside, so you only get black coffee. So
So on this subject, maybe we will see some.
I will show this book to the audience. This book is available for those of you who would like to take on the table there. It's over there. So you can take the copies of the book which are available on this table there. So this is sold by the Oxford bookstore. This is the third edition of the same book with a new revised paperback edition. It contains the cartoons drawn by me over last 4 decades as a bureaucrat, right from my training days up to my retirement and beyond. So he will ask me questions and I will tell how it has evolved. Apart from that, humor in general is what we intend to talk.
Yes, yes. Those are the subjects mainly. And we'll start after some time. Yeah. So he's a combination of rare talents, already well known for his bright scholar days since his childhood, then joining India's cream of aspiration for all the youth in India, IAS service. Then he has also, in IAS, he has also made name, quite a fame. And he was very innovative there. He started many innovative things like Genome City in Hyderabad, Genome Valley, like Silicon Valley in Hyderabad, and Well, yes, that is just one of the things he has spearheaded. So many other laurels to his cap. And the span for 3 decades, more than 3 decades, 35 years in IAS, he has earned quite a name. And along with that, he has not forgotten about his hobby, which he discovered in his childhood, that is cartooning. So, really a strange combination, scholastic mind, bureaucratic career, plus his love for life, that is cartooning. So, we're really privileged this morning to find him in conversation. So, we'll try to get into what kind of psychology is behind this rare combination of skills. So I welcome him. I consider it a privilege to welcome him and to engage him in conversation. Welcome you, sir. So I will start from the beginning, from your childhood. What actually drew you to this world of cartooning? Because as a child, you might have been exposed to so many kinds of expectations from your parents and all. Of course, studies is there where you excelled, but how did you pick up this slightly exceptional hobby like cartooning?
As you said, one must start from the beginning. In fact, I've written in detail about it, this in my preface. I must be hardly 10, 11 years old. We were in a small town, Barampur, at that time. My father was in the engineering college, engineering school, as it was called then. So we used to get newspaper around midday. English papers used to come from Calcutta.
Okay.
English paper used to come from. I welcome Honorable Justice Pramad Patnaik ji, my good friend. He is. Thank you very much for taking time off on a Sunday morning. So, paper used to come around 1:30, Amrit Bazar Patrika and the Hindustan Standard, as it was called then. Those were the days of, as I said, I was hardly 10, 11 years old, 69 to 70, the Bangladesh War, the Vietnam War, interesting things happening all around the world. I used to watch, the first thing I used to watch was the cartoon in these papers. There was a cartoonist called Amal, who was in Amrit Bazar Patrika, and Shankaran Kutti. He was the Keralite cartoonist for the Hindustan Standard. In fact, the book is dedicated, my book is dedicated to R.K. Lakshman and Shankaran Kutti. They are the two who inspired me to start. So I would have copied their cartoons, thousands of the cartoons. That's how I learned. I learned like Ekalavya putting the statue of Lord Dronacharya and learning Tirandazi. That's how I learned my art. And I continued doing it, I continued pursuing the hobby throughout. Having come to JNU, we used to have elections and a lot of politics, student politics, international politics, where I drew cartoons on the politics of the free thinkers versus the SFI. We used to have a lot of interesting election. JNU election is very typical. So that's how I honed my skill.
Okay, we'll go to that in details, but at home, mostly for our generation growing up in the 60s, the parents, they are naturally they want to put us in a formulaic situation, like becoming a doctor or an engineer or an IAS officer, and maybe some other skills like drawing or painting and all these things. but cartooning is totally a different ball game. But you said you picked it up during those times of turbulent years of Bangladesh war and Vietnam war. These are actually wars, so there is a lot of human tragedy involved. But how did you pick up? Do you remember any specific cartoon or event that spurred you to create a cartoon on that?
Often tragedy gives you the scope for humor. There is an element of humor in the worst of the human tragedies. If you look for that element of humor, element of ray of hope somewhere, cartoon basically is about hope, about seeing something beyond what it is.
Yes.
So there, I remember a cartoon. It showed Yahya Khan pulling Bangladesh as a lady by the hair. Unfortunately, Bangladesh has turned the other way around. It's a full circle, and they are totally against us. Yahya Khan was a cartoonist delight. His cartoon drawn by Shankaran Kutty, pulling Bangladesh by the hair with a mace, the medieval kind of a mace which a caveman used to have. And Mao Zedong, who was in China, he is commenting, East is red. East Pakistan there. East is red. The Yahya Khan tells Mao Zedong that East is red, and he said that's good. It's showing the support of China to this genocide in Bangladesh. Red is the genocide. Genocide.
Yeah. For somebody it is genocide. For the
for
other
Mao
it is
Zedong,
communist.
no, Mao Zedong understands what is happening, but he says it will help us to grow our foothold in Bangladesh more. If they exploit more, kill more people, we will enter there. That's how it is.
So a great thing actually. You remember so many years back. You were hardly 9 or 10 at the time.
It must be in 69.
So 9 years old. So it left an imprint, and you remember it so well. And you also say in your book that when you tried to imitate the cartoons of Kuti and others, Lakshman, maybe Amol, and you did it in large numbers. You have a big collection of all these imitations, and your mother still treasures it. Or at that time of writing the book, she had all the detailed collection of all the imitations. So that's
I would like to tell something about this.
Yeah.
She is 90 now. Even today, she collects the clippings. My cartoons get published on Sundays in the political and business. She would keep the cuttings of those cartoons and preserve it. She has a fracture. She's not able to walk, but she will tell the nurse, cut the cartoon and keep in a folder. That's how it is.
Great.
So that is the encouragement. She herself is an artist.
Yeah.
She herself is an artist. She has drawn a lot of paintings herself. So, but the encouragement tacitly which they encourage this art in the hobby in me went a long way. We have Mr. Sashibhushan Rath. His father was Professor C.S. Rath, who also encouraged the cartooning and the art. He is an artist, multifarious artist. He was a sculptor artist, Professor Rath, as some of you know. He was the original the author for the humorous essays. His humorous essays are par excellence. You were writing I rate his essays the best, like the Chesterton's or the Bernard Shaw's essays.
Okay. So since you brought up the subject of my writing also, and you told about your mother's putting all these things with her, that reminds me of my mother also putting my newspaper writings under her bed. Okay. So when she died, we found all the papers. They were lying under her bed. So that's a very sentimental thing you remember. And now coming back to your childhood cartoons, any particular cartoon that you still remember, and how it created some thinking or humor in the mind of those who saw it, appreciated it?
I was maybe around in my matriculation then. It was 74, 75. I drew a cartoon on Watergate scandal, which my brother was a student of the SCB Medical College. He took it for this exhibition in Medical College. Biju Patnaik was the chief guest.
Okay.
So he endorsed on that. Excellent Watergate. It shows Richard Nixon with hand, with blood dripping out of it. Watergate scandal. So it was a caricature of Nixon. Nixon was another character who was a cartoonist delight. His elongated nose and
Yes, yes.
the laughter. That's how, that is that one childhood cartoon. I will come to my cartoon, the first cartoon which I drew on my own after joining the civil service, a little later after you.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that Watergate's, you did something like Watergate politics in cartoon in your childhood. So that shows your interest in international affairs, and no wonder you studied.
In fact, there is a joke on that. As a child, I was hardly 10, 11. People used to ask me, what do you want to become when you grow up? I used to say, I want to become Uthant. Uthant was the Secretary General of the UN, when UN was really powerful.
Yes,
The other day I was seeing the interview of Uthant's son.
yeah.
He settled in the USA, and how he was the only person who could talk to both the USA and the Russian president. So that was I used to think Secretary General of the UN is the most powerful man in the world.
Yes, yes. And great, he has so exceptional and esoteric qualities in him, because at that time very few people will be familiar with the name Uthant, but he wanted to become one. That is really surprising. Okay, so that hobby you carried on in your childhood, and it went up to your college, and in the university you found some solid platform for that. So you were talking about your JNU days where this became a part of the JNU politics. Can you please explain on that, elaborate on that?
JNU, a couple of cartoons I did as posters for the election. We used to have an episode called Bedi Durani episode, where the hockey stick was used to. JNU is not known for violence. JNU is known for debates, discussions. You will fight, but fight ideologically, fight in debate, but not with violence. There was an exceptional incident which took place. There was a gentleman called Bedi who was hit by the SFI student. Bedi was from the other opposite gang, which was called the Free Thinkers. So he was hit by a hockey stick. I showed the SFI candidate, who was Amarjit Singh Siroi at that time, holding a hockey stick as a gun and blood dripping out of that, saying that power doesn't flow out of the barrel of the gun, because they are communists. They believed in that.
Okay.
So SFI versus the free thinkers. I was a free thinker. I used to draw. I was a counselor in my elections also. So that's one of the cartoons which was a hit during election days.
Okay.
That's one cartoon I remember.
Okay. So you put your hobby, your skills to political use for the first time as student politician. That's a great thing. But now coming to your idea behind cartooning, humor. What is your approach to humor? How do you see humor? Is it an escape, or is it a critique of the society?
But that's what I've explained in the preface. I call my book Obtuse Angle. Those of you have seen this. Obtuse angle as against the acute angle. We often tend to look everything with an acute angle. That's a critical look. In fact, in the government, every order, there's the last paragraph. After careful examination, government hereby decides so and so.
Critical look.
Critical look. Critical look was what thought to be the good look.
Yeah.
But I looked beyond the critical look, beyond the acute angle. I used to say that beyond the acute angle, there is an obtuse angle. If you look at that angle, you will see the humor behind it. You will see the reality behind it. That's where perhaps I answer your question.
Okay, so it was part of critiquing or not?
It was not critiquing, but pulling the person's leg with a soft touch. I don't believe in offending cartoons. That's how the critical look. It could be critical, but yet don't offend.
Okay.
That is the humor. That is the best part of cartoon. Perhaps the victim himself would laugh
Okay.
at that situation.
So as we go along, after your college days, university days, you joined the civil services, and civil services, that brings us to the most critical juncture of our discussion. That is actually worlds apart. Critical, your civil service and the world of cartooning. How did you straddle these two totally different worlds?
In fact, it was a very difficult tightrope walk, as I've called it in my book, to balance the rules and the conduct rules of the civil services. We have the civil services conduct rules, and my hobby for cartooning. So the number came down, the themes underwent a change. I started laughing at oneself, laughing at bureaucracy. I was told that you can't really make political cartoons on politicians or your political bosses. So I started doing cartoons on bureaucracy. In fact, the first cartoon which I started drawing individual cartoons on bureaucracy at the Missouri Academy itself.
Yes, yes.
The first cartoon, which is published in the this book, it shows, those of you who have seen want to take the book, it shows Lal Bahadur Shastri trying to enter the LBS, National Academy of Administration, Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy. He is not allowed in because now he is not wearing a tie. The then director, put a regulation that everyone must wear a tie all the time. It's a spoof on that. The director saw it,
yeah,
and luckily, mercifully, he relaxed it after some days. Okay. So that's the first cartoon. It was put up on the wall journal those days.
So along with that, you also critiqued
on the training itself.
On the other habits like using cutlery.
Absolutely.
On the dining table. What was that? Can you just?
Yeah, we were supposed to be taught the formal dinner, formal lunch dinner. As civil servants, you occasionally tend to attend. How to use the cutlery properly, the fish knife, the salad knife. 3 knives will be put. Okay. The big spoon for the soup. Three spoons and 3 forks will be put. 2 different knives will be put. So how to use in what sequence? Not many was very familiar. So and you will start after the chief guest starts and stop immediately after the chief guest stops. So these kind of rules, it shows a probationer who has cut his tongue by not using to know. So that's the cartoon on that.
Okay. So these things you critiqued, and definitely those were something which were already set rules in the academy. So you must have earned quite a few enemies there, because the director who has implemented those rules, he finds that I have been challenged here.
Luckily, they took it in their stride, and everyone knew that this is a occupational hazard. You have to attend. Suppose you're a diplomat, yeah, you have to have state dinners, state banquets. You can't escape it. Okay. So, but there are no one enjoys a formal dinner. In fact, the practice most diplomats follow is have their own dinner or lunch, then go to a formal dinner. They hardly enjoy a formal dinner. Yeah. That's how it is.
Okay, you also at that time, also you criticized the system by quoting T.S. Eliot and calling we are the hollow man. So can you throw some light on that?
In fact, that is what I felt as a probationer, that hardly any space for creativity during the training. The inputs that were given on academic, the political science, the administration, PT, yoga, they used to keep us busy right from 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening. Okay. There's very little time to do anything else. Yeah. So it is being stuffed on your head. So you tend to become hollow man, as Eliot would have described it. That's what I have criticized. I tried to keep it in mind when I was myself kept in charge of training of all Indian service officers, okay, much later in my career, before my retirement.
So it's a great thing that the tie cartoon that you explained, that created a furor there. And after 40 years, you had the occasion of presenting it to the present director, and the director has accepted it and put it in the institute for the present, the trainees. So that's a great tribute to your efforts and skills. And
In fact, they have what is called the administrators walk in
Okay.
Missouri.
okay,
Each batch they put some memorabilia. I framed this cartoon and gave it to the present director. So he put on that administrators walk in Missouri. People walk through that.
okay. So this thing, kind of mild protest maybe against the colonial styles of functioning. I mean, do you think at present the things have changed, or in the academy, I mean, or is it still kind of trying to repeat those kind of colonial things?
It has changed to some extent.
Yeah.
The entrants are from different backgrounds. Our days, the service was slightly elitist. People from St. Stephen's, DU, JNU, they used to come. Now there are a number of people from rural areas coming with Hindi medium. Very few officers tend to speak in English these days. People in the northern belt, they hardly speak English. Most of the writing is in Hindi. So it is decolonized to a large extent. In fact, the interview board at the UPSC is insisting on Indianness of the entrant. They don't want foreigners sitting in the brown sahibs sitting in the administrator's chair. So it has changed to a large extent, but dress regulations remain to some extent.
Yeah.
So, otherwise, people will start coming to the dining hall in lungi and chappal, which they don't want.
So I must congratulate you because you played your part in changing that mindset to some extent. Okay, now from this academy, we come to the world of real bureaucracy. And how did the life in the bureaucracy that changed your approach to cartooning? Because in the college or in the academy, you had a lot of freedom. Of course, in academy, it was curtailed to some extent, but still you had a freedom because it was a limited sphere. But in the wide world of real politics, how did the approach change, or did it change, or if at all it changed, how it changed?
It had to change. By essentially, it had to change because of the restrictions of the civil service. That is one, and the rigmarole of the job. It was kept you so busy that you had hardly any time to draw cartoons. So that is where I had to change the frequency of the cartooning came down. It was basically once a month or something for the IAS bulletin, which used to be published, officers' newsletter.
Okay.
So there the cartoons are mostly on bureaucracy. I avoided making political comments, which would have violated the conduct rules of the civil service. The other day, in fact, we were having a discussion, panel discussion like this upstairs with Vikas Swarup and Saikia ji of Assam. And Vikas Swarup is the gentleman, the diplomat, whose book was adopted for the Slumdog Millionaire, if those of you know. His book called Q&A. He is a diplomat of the 1986 batch. He was telling the Indian conduct rules is more liberal than most of the other countries.
Okay.
He was comparing with the conduct rules. He says here, for creative matters, you don't need permission. If it's a creative piece, you write a novel. For instance, his father used to write so many novels. He was a government servant.
Yeah.
On Ratha Saptaka, there was no need for any government permission. Those are considered creative pieces. So that way, the American diplomats, his colleagues told him that in USA, you could have never written a book like this, being a serving diplomat. That's how Indian service rules are flexible. As long as within the framework you continue, you are okay.
You have written that the conduct rules were shackles for you. Did you feel that they are actually stealing your what you wanted to say, freedom, to some extent?
They did. You have to choose your themes accordingly.
Yeah.
You can't be openly criticizing the political bosses. Otherwise, you will have problem. After retirement, one is little freer.
No, we have not reached the retirement stage yet. But my question is, at the time of your job also, while you are in service, although you say I have started looking at ourselves and laughing at ourselves, but whatever you bring out, maybe one or two examples I can give, those will definitely hurt your colleagues or the minister who is heading your colleagues department. Suppose for an example you say the fallacy or the mistake of our counting of animals, tigers. One cartoon is there where the tigers are saying that these humans,
Human
they
beings they have a knack of fudging figures.
they have a knack of cooking figures. So here you are actually criticizing the counting process, which is of the forest department, which is headed by a colleague and which is headed by a minister. So they must be not taking this because it's a direct challenge to their whatever they are doing.
You know, they themselves knew in heart of heart that they are themselves fudging figures.
Yeah.
So they
But,
couldn't have
being pointed out by
they
someone.
couldn't have openly criticized it.
Yeah.
There must be some murmuring whispers behind my back, but no one had the guts to tell me you shouldn't do this. In fact, I find among our colleagues, those who have retired, they become more loyal than the king. They stop me from putting cartoons in the WhatsApp group, which are supposed to be critical of the government. As retired civil servants, they are afraid that their pension will be stopped. I will give an example. I did an example on a cartoon on the. In fact, the modified version is published today in the Political Business Daily. Is on the SIR, sir.
Okay.
It's a person with a saffron scarf telling the Chief Election Commission, "What an idea, Sirji." It's a pun on the sir,
Yes.
SIR.
Yes.
So that one of my colleagues said, "Please delete in the WhatsApp group of retired officers." That's where they have become more loyal than the king.
Oh.
They're afraid of telling anything critical or anything sounding to be critical. I had to answer that no, it's not criticizing the Prime Minister and anyone. And the paper showed that 6.5 crore voters deleted from the voters list.
Even after
retirement, my colleagues have become, there is a group of colleagues who have become very touchy, of touching anything remotely political.
Okay, coming to your retirement. So all the time you felt shackled by the conduct rules. After retirement, you must have felt a whiff of free air, but your approach to cartooning remains the same mostly.
There is a joke in our services. Once a bureaucrat, always a bureaucrat. You are a caged parrot during your service. Even if you open the doors of the cage of the window of the cage, the parrot doesn't fly out. Parrot is used to the cage. So it becomes ingrained in you, the shackles of the bureaucracy. You can't really make open I have not drawn any single cartoon on the Prime Minister himself. So I have drawn on the PMO. I'm showing the chairs designed as Godis on the spoof on Godi media. Chairs are designed like Godis and taken to the PMO. But PM is not to be seen. So I have avoided some topics which I think are avoidable as a civil servant. It weighs on your mind. Yeah. There are two things which have happened after retirement. One is I have more free time. Yes. These days I contribute 2-3 columns, regular cartoon columns to different newspapers. Yeah. I can do Pioneer, Hans India, Pioneer, and the PBD. Yeah. And there are 2-3 online portals, one in USA which they publish, Indian Mastermind, 2 online portals. So I didn't want to do a daily column. Okay. That's where I could draw more cartoons. The number has become more. These days my focus, when I read something, my mind is working, what can I use for a cartoon? That's Lakshman's approach. He used to read the newspaper and find out which cartoon, which lends itself to a cartoon. So that's how I spend my day.
Okay, but we see after retirement, you have earned a lot of fame, because bringing out such a book and which is run into three editions in a short span of 1 year, that's a credit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Definitely a credit.
In fact, I got the Best Cartoonist Award in 2022.
Okay.
There is a local high biz, the media house,
Great.
which gives awards, media awards. So
Yeah.
they chose me for the award. That is like a vindication of my hobby.
Yeah.
I never did the cartoons for anything, any recognition. I did for myself, by my own satisfaction. But as you go along, you publish. I never thought of publishing a book also. It just happened.
Okay, during your career, I think there was an offer from one very important publication like Money Life from Sucheta Dalal. Everybody must be knowing about the financial journalist Sucheta Dalal. She had offered him regular columns in a very good financial magazine, but one condition was that those should be financially based. So you continued with that?
2-3 years I continued monthly columns. It's a monthly, Money Life is a monthly journal. So it was between 2007 and 9 perhaps, I drew those cartoons. It is published in a separate section. It's called It's Economy Stupid.
Okay.
The chapter is called It's Economy Stupid.
Yeah.
So those cartoons were published in the Money Life. So I found beyond a period I got busy in something, I stopped that column. I found them using somebody else's cartoons also. I found little redundant, so I stopped.
Okay, now coming to, since you said you are contributing to different journals.
I have revived that financial cartoons now with another paper called Biz Buzz. So I am looking at economic issues.
Okay.
I am trying to revive that habit of mine of doing financial cartoons.
Okay, since you are contributing to different papers like Pioneer, Hans India, PBD, so there must be a deadline problem with you. So do you ever face such situation where ideas do not come to you immediately, but you have a time to submit your cartoons?
No, deliberately I've spaced this in such a way that there is no deadline issue. Had it been a daily column, there would have been deadline issue. Within a week, Indian politicians offer you enough topics, enough themes to draw a cartoon. 1 or 2 cartoons per week is not too much. In fact, you can draw daily. If I found that in more cartoons than I can use on the weekly column, so I keep saying midweek obtuse angle, which occasionally PBD publishes.
So still remaining on the process of your cartooning, what is actually the process like? Is it, do you build on an idea gradually, or it comes wholesale into your mind and you are totally inspired and you draw it fully at one go?
I'll give an example. It shows there was an item saying that MOSPI, the Ministry of the Statistics and Planning, they have predicted the growth for the next financial year, 2026, at 7.4 or something. So Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who happened to be our classmate in JNU, junior in JNU rather. So she is displaying a paper showing that this is the forecast, and good forecast she is telling. Now, like common man of Lakshman, 2 characters have emerged in my cartoons over a period of time. One is the grandfather who stands with a turban, a farmer who doesn't speak like the common man of Lakshman. And there's a young boy, unemployed young boy with a torn t-shirt. He wears a t-shirt and a jean. So this boy is asking Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, is there any forecast about a job for me?
Okay.
So that is the latest cartoon I drew. So I saw that headline in PBD the other day. I drew it. In fact, I used one of my old cartoons with the change of the dialogue. So that I recycle some of these old cartoons.
So forecast about the whole
Forecast about his own job.
Economy is meaningless when you can't forecast about
That is the tragedy of India. That is the tragedy of India, that thousands of youth without jobs and economy is growing. We are the 4th largest economy in the world. So what? For the poorest man.
Quite ironical. So coming to the present scenario of cartoons in India, do you think there is a culture or a atmosphere which is conducive for creative artists like you in tuning?
For me, there is not much of a difficulty because the papers I contribute cartoons to are not very inflexible. So, but in general, I think she wants us to wind up or something. And the 5 minutes will wind up.
Okay. Yeah.
Unless you want some questions also.
Five minutes.
No, in general, the atmosphere has become very intolerant. Leading newspaper chains have stopped publishing cartoons. Times of India, which was known for its cartoon of R.K. Lakshman, occasionally brings one cartoon, not a regular column. Indian Express, there are no cartoons. The leading national dailies have given up cartoons because they're afraid of criticizing the government. There was a time when Nehru had told Shankar Pillai, who was the original political cartoonist, said, "You don't spare me," he had told. It is the exact opposite today with the politicians. Mamata Banerjee putting somebody behind bars for doing a cartoon. There are so many cartoonists who have been, cases have been foisted against them. Stand-up comedy. So the general atmosphere is not very conducive to criticizing the government. Not many are venturing to criticize the government. Okay. That's a tragedy.
Yeah.
Unless we have that sense of humor as a society to tolerate humor about oneself, I think it's not a good sign for our democracy. The ruling class, the politicians must encourage people to criticize.
Like Nehru.
Like Nehru.
Don't spare me,
it's a vanishing breed of politicians. I have not seen many politicians who would encourage a cartoon.
Now, in this world of, in this media world of reels and memes, does cartoon have the same kind of power it had earlier? Because now it is saturated with such things as memes and reels and all that.
Reels and memes are in a different genre. They are AI generated. They are, there is individual creativity is limited. Okay. They cannot, unless somebody fits into, like I also use AI to some extent now. I draw black and white cartoons and put it on ChatGPT for coloring. I have to depend on somebody else for coloring, but now I'm using ChatGPT.
You can't escape ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, I said, can you color this cartoon? And ChatGPT does a good job. So I used to request somebody, because I'm not very savvy at coloring on the computer. I am happy with drawing, freehand drawing like Lakshman, black and white cartoons. But papers want colored cartoons. So I used to depend on some designer. But now, I upload that cartoon on ChatGPT and it's able to color it effectively. But memes and the reels don't have this kind of a punch which a cartoon has. They are
creativity
and somebody who has created this memes is like a cartoonist in a different way. On its own, it cannot. Okay. There is a competition. The younger generation is more used to these memes. The younger generation has given up reading newspapers. The cartoons are basically for middle-aged people now. Who are reading the newspapers?
Okay. We could have gone on asking questions and getting your insights, but time is not on our side. So we'll start winding up. One question is, how do you think cartoons in 10 years' time from now? Do you think there will be a great change in the nature of cartoons, or it will remain something new?
Cartoons have remained since 17th century. The earliest European cartoons were in 17th century. Right. David Lowe, who was the guru of Lakshman, he drew in the mid 20th century. So I don't foresee where we will stop laughing at oneself. The themes could be more towards the climate change, and the relevant themes could be different. Yeah. Technology could be different. In fact, I was fascinated. Recently, there was a conference of the creativity in Mumbai. It's called the Waves. The it's called the Japanese manga cartoons.
Mhm.
Indian youth is taking in a very large way to animation,
Yes, yes.
Japanese animation at that. The characters have become very popular among the youth of India. So I see that kind of a transformation of international characters being used. The cartoon films, the animation has become very popular. It is going to be more 3D perhaps. The cartoon can become 3D.
Yeah.
Next 50, 60 years, we really don't know what will be the impact of AI.
Right.
It could
yes.
transform the cartooning as an art. The technology of cartoons may change, but I don't see cartoon dying as a form of art.
So I find quite a few new generation audiences sitting here. So any message you want to leave for the coming generation?
Those of the youngsters who are hoping to use, are aspiring to be civil servants or any other profession, they need to cultivate their hobbies. Hobbies continue to keep you alive. Once you are busy in your own, whatever you were IT professional or a doctor, if you don't have a hobby, you will stop becoming human. It helps you to remain humane in your approach, in connecting with the rest of the world. So do cultivate hobbies, whether it is singing, whether art, any creativity helps you in thinking out of the box, thinking innovatively. Creativity basically is innovation. You create, you innovate any aspect of life. You need to. Tea has come at the right time for me. Any form of in any sector of your life, when you are asked, problem solving is the focus. If you are creative, you will find out of the box innovative solutions. If you are mechanical in an approach, you won't. I find officers also in that. Bureaucracy also, there are many who just creatively say no to some situation, but there are uncreatively, mechanically say no to everything. There are people who try to find a solution. They are innovative people, creative people. That's where it makes a difference.
One last question. If I ask you to put it in one line, the essence of cartooning, what would that be?
It was basically wit and the fun angle to it. The power to laugh, power to look at somebody with a sensitive eye. It need not be critical. You need not offend the other person. In fact, when somebody falls, you laugh. That's a common psychological trait. But you are not making fun of him. It just comes out.
Thank you very much for your insights, and actually we wanted to explore your mind. Yeah. Now, if somebody has any questions for sir, you can ask, because this opportunity we may not get.
I used to use sketch pen, but now I have started using the calligraphic pen, which is better in its impact. So I keep searching for good pens, which will help me in drawing cartoons. Lakshman used to use a brush, which is little cumbersome. I make cartoons in 5-10 minutes max. So calligraphic pen is what I am using now. His father was one of the greatest creative persons in Odisha, Professor C.S. Rath.
Do you have any favorite person, character? Like you said, Yahya Khan was a cartoonist delight. So Trump maybe in the present day?
Trump, of course.
With
Trump, of course. The number of, with the hair jutting out. Most of my cartoons. Yes, yes. So Trump is a cartoonist delight. There are many favorite. Richard Nixon is one. In this book edition, there is a separate section on caricatures. In fact, caricatures remains my passion, drawing faces. So it shows P.V. Narasimha Rao and Indira Gandhi. These are caricatures. This book has a last section called Let Us Face It. Naveen Patnaik also is there. I presented it, Naveen and Biju Patnaik. Yeah, those of you, I can found it. I can't find it now. Yeah. The, yeah, please.
Good morning, sir. Sir, your work as a cartoonist is really amazing, and your service in the civil services is really inspiring. I had one question that is there any thing that you drew or wrote earlier which you would approach differently today?
You mean a cartoon or a piece of writing?
Anything, sir, any creative work of yours?
You don't, the particular creative piece comes out at that particular moment. You don't edit it afterwards with a hindsight. It is a product of that moment. You can write a new poem. For instance, I wrote a poem at a particular time. It is time specific. Time has flown. You write a new poem, but don't edit it. I don't normally edit it. Maybe some grammatical mistakes or comma, full stop I will edit, but won't edit it normally. It affects the. It was an emotion which was encapsulated at that particular moment. Okay. I also happened to write some poems. Some of them were published recently in a book called Anam, Anthology of Poems.
Even this
There is a poem also in this called Autumn Sonata about spending 40 years in the 35 years in civil service. How you have transformed as a civil servant. You can,
Thank you, sir.
in case you want, there's a book available here.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Last question maybe.
Namaste, sir. I am from Nepal. My name is Virat Anupam, and my questions is, Indian cartoonists have played a very important role in the India's struggle.
Yeah.
You know,
please.
Indian cartoonists have played a great role in India's struggle from independence to other movement. So how easy or how difficult it is to cartoon the political satire in contemporary India compared to the time of Indira Gandhi? Thank you.
As I mentioned, cartooning in India, the atmosphere is not very conducive. Maybe Nepal is better now. Nepal people tolerate cartoons more. There is a cartoon on Nepal in this book, on the latest, the Gen Z event, Gen Z revolution. I'm trying to locate it. Showing the Gen Z pointing out to only out Nepalese flag. So you will find that. So, but particularly Nepal, the atmosphere is ripe for cartoons to question the election process or the administration. Okay. What are the leading newspapers in Nepal? Nepal Times or Kathmandu Times? I don't remember. Now.
In Nepali language, it is Kantipur Nagarik, and English it is Kathmandu Post, Nepali Times, and Himalayan Times.
Himalayan Times. Yeah. Okay. How many from Nepal have come for this conference? In fact, we were supposed to have, this book was originally meant for release at Kathmandu.
We are 8, sir, and we will be happy to be part of your launching in the upcoming Kathmandu Kalinga Festival if the organizer are okay.
It was meant for Kalinga Festival Kathmandu, but it got postponed. I had kept this book for release there. Because it got postponed, I had to do it here.
So we will be your brand ambassador in Kathmandu, sir. Thank you.
Anyway, should we close or?
As we wrap up, we are reminded that humor is never frivolous. It's one of our sharpest tools of understanding. Thank you to our speakers for proving that wit can question power without raising its voice. Now, I would like to invite Justice Pramat Patnaik sir to felicitate Chinmay sir. Please give them a round of applause.
Before I felicitate my dearest friend, Mr. B.P. Acharya, former Special Chief Secretary of Telangana, and he was a brilliant scholar during his college and university days. He was second to none, and he was Chancellor Debater. And I am privileged to honor Mr. B.P. Acharya. I'll take the liberty of calling him Vibhu, his first name, and so also Mr. Chinmay Hota. I've read his article. He's a fabulous writer. And he retired as a very senior rank officer from SBI. And I'm reminded of American founding father Benjamin Franklin, that either write something worth reading or do something worth writing. Both of you fit into that category.
Thank you, Pramat, for the kind words and coming all the way.
Thank you once again. May we all leave with lighter hearts, sharper minds, and renewed respect for the serious business of laughter. Please remain seated. We will begin the next session shortly. For this, Aratrika Chaudhary signing off.
Hello, hello. Yeah, so very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the next session in next 5 minutes. Thank you for the wait. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Yeah. So yeah. So sorry for the delay, and we will be starting the session. So yeah. Yeah. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the session. So there are journeys that crosses border, and then there are journey that creates them. Language do that, and stories does that. They travel quietly. They survive upheavals. They remember what history forgets. Today's session, Nepali. Today, hello, hello, hello. So today's session, Nepali literary journeys across South Asia, is not just about literature, it's about movement, memory, and strange, beautiful ways in which a language carries an entire civilization across time and geography. Nepali literature has lived many lives in hills and cities, in exile and in belonging, in politics and in poetry. And today we have with us voices who have lived these journeys, written them, translated them, and shaped them. We are honored to have with us Sri Dhirendra Prem Rishi, whose work have been central to chronicling Nepali literature and cultural histories. Sri Kevari Bhatrai, a vital voice in Nepali literary discourse and course cross-cultural dialogue. Dr. Ranjan Nirula, whose work as a scholar and translator has built bridges between languages and worlds. Mr. Mrs. Rupa Jha, a distinguished writer and editor who has worked deeply with South Asian literary cultures, and Mrs. Suman Barsha, whose writing reflects the emotional and political texture of contemporary Nepali life. Guiding this conversation is Sri Virat Anupam, a poet, editor, and culture curator whose work has consistently expanded how we think about literary across culture. This session will explore how Nepali literature travels, transforms, and remain rooted, and how stories survive even when map changes. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to honor the guests to please come up to the stage and speak. And please, a big round of applause for them.
Hello, good morning, everybody. So today we are all Nepali panelists, and we will be talking in Nepali. And I guess you can understand some word. Maybe you can understand from our body language, because we are talking about the literature. We are talking about the poetry. So you can understand from the eyes and from the faces of our panelists. सो अब हामी सेसन सुरु गर्छौँ हाम्रो फिजिकल अडियन्स र डिजिटल अडियन्स दुइटैको लागि हामी बसिरहेको छौँ र मेरो हातमा एउटा कविता सङ्ग्रह छ र यो कविता सङ्ग्रह चाहिँ हिन्दी ओडिया र इङ्ग्लिसमा लेखिएको छ र हामीले रेडियो नेपालमा हिन्दी भाषाको समाचार पर्छ त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालयमा हिन्दी विभाग छ अरू विश्वविद्यालयहरू पनि छन् र भारतको संविधानमा पनि अनुसूचीमा पनि नेपाली भाषा समावेश भएको छ त्यसकारण चाहिँ भारतमा आएर नेपाली बोल्नु पनि भारतको राष्ट्रियताभित्रकै एउटा कुरा हो भने नेपालमा गएर हिन्दी बोल्नु पनि हाम्रो राष्ट्रियताभित्रैको कुरा हो त्यसकारण चाहिँ हामी कल्चरल्ली कति कनेक्टेड छौँ भन्ने कुरा यो कुराले पनि जनाउँछ र अर्को कुरा चाहिँ एउटा पश्चिम बङ्गालको स्क्रिप्टमा हुर्केको बच्चाले हिन्दी बुझ्दैन तर नेपालको प्राइमेरी लेभलमा पढेको मान्छेले चाहिँ हिन्दी बुझ्न सक्छ किनभने हाम्रो देवनागरी नजिक छ अझ कतिपय भारतीय राज्यभन्दा नेपालको टेक्स्टको कारणले कन्टेक्स्टको कारणले हामी अझ बढी हिन्दी पोइन्ट अफ भ्यूबाट चाहिँ हामी अझ बुझ्न सक्छौँ जस्तो लाग्छ र आज हामी नेपाल भारत सीमा वारपारको साहित्यको बारेमा कुराकानी गर्छौँ र नेपालभित्रको नेपाली साहित्यको क्षेत्रफल चाहिँ नेपाली भाषा मात्रै होइन त्यसलाई हामी खस नेपाली भाषा भन्छौँ अझ डाउन साइज गर्दाखेरि र त्यहाँभित्रका अरू भाषाहरूको नि आफ्नै साहित्यिक क्षेत्रफल छ आफ्नो साहित्यिक भूगोल छ र त्यो विषयमा कुरा गर्छौँ र सबैभन्दा पहिले म धर्मेन्द्र सरबाट सुरु गर्छु ओहो माफ पाउँदैन मैले सङ्गत गरेको 3 दिनपछि चाहिँ एकदमै मिस्टेक गरेँ धीरेन्द्र सरबाट म सुरु गर्छु सर हाम्रो रोटी बेटीको सम्बन्धको कुरा आउँछ अनि क्रस बोर्डर टुरिज्मको कुरा आउँछ क्रस बोर्डर कनेक्टिभिटीको कुरा आउँछ जब हाम्रा प्रधानमन्त्री राष्ट्रपति इन्डिया भ्रमण गर्नुहुन्छ इन्डियाका प्रधानमन्त्री राष्ट्रपति नेपाल आउनुहुन्छ यो क्रस बोर्डर साहित्य चाहिँ कस्तो छ सर अहिले
धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद विराटजी र यो कलिङ्ग लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलका सम्पूर्ण सहभागी आयोजक समेतलाई मेरो हार्दिक अभिवादन साहित्य सम्बन्ध क्रस बोर्डर तपाईँले ठ्याक्कै परिचय दिने क्रममा संवैधानिक रूपमा जसरी भारतमा नेपाली भाषा पनि यहाँको 8औं अनुसूचीमा पर्छ त्यसै गरी त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालय लगायतका शैक्षिक संस्थानहरूमा हिन्दी पढाइन्छन् रेडियो नेपालमा हिन्दीमा समाचार वाचन हुन्छ म स्वयं पनि त्यसको लामो समयसम्म अङ्ग रहेँ झन्डै 1 दशकभन्दा बढी यो एउटा देखिने र सर्वव्यापक पाटो छँदैछ अर्को एउटा नदेखिने रेखा छ जसले चाहिँ धेरै महत्त्वपूर्ण ढङ्गले यसलाई चाहिँ जोडेको छ
यसलाई एउटा म आध्यात्मिक बिम्ब प्रयोग गरेर स्पष्ट गर्न चाहन्छु। प्राय हामी नेपालीहरू हिन्दू धर्म संस्कृतिमा बढी आस्था राख्ने मान्छे, यिनीहरूका लागि कुम्भ, प्रयागराज यो चाहिँ बडो ठुलो तीर्थको रूपमा नेपालीका लागि पनि भारतीयका लागि पनि हिन्दू धर्महरूको लागि यो उपस्थित छ। त्यो प्रयागराजलाई तीर्थराज चाहिँ नि किन भनिन्छ भन्ने कुरा, त्यहाँ गङ्गा र जमुनाको सङ्गम भएको छ, तर त्यतिले मात्रै त्यो तीर्थराज भएको छैन। भित्रैबाट त्यसमा सरस्वती नदी मिसिएपछि बल्ल त्यो चाहिँ नि तीर्थराज प्रयाग भएको छ। अलिकति यो दुई देशको सम्बन्धको बारेमा राजनीतिक कुराहरू पनि आए, सारा आए। त मलाई लाग्छ नेपाल र भारतको मैत्री सम्बन्ध, बेटी रोटीका सम्बन्ध आदि यावत जुन आइरहेछन्, त्यसमा ठ्याक्क त्यो गङ्गा र जमुना जस्ता चाहिँ दुईटा प्रकट र प्रखर यो प्रतीकहरू छन्, बिम्बहरू छन् भने अर्को सरस्वती लुप्त रूपमा मिसिएर त्यसलाई महिमा मण्डन गर्ने, त्यो चाहिँ एउटा मिथिलाको संस्कृति हो, मिथिलाको भाषा हो, मिथिलाको मनोभाव हो मलाई लाग्छ। र यो दुईटै फेरि भारतमा पनि अष्टम अनुसूचीमा रहेको, नेपालमा दोस्रो सबैभन्दा ठुलो भाषा, र यसलाई जोड्नमा चाहिँ यसले ठुलो काम गरेको छ, जुन चाहिँ देखिराखिएको छैन वा व्याख्यामा आउने गरेको छैन। त मलाई लाग्छ एउटा यो पनि उल्लेख गर्नुपर्ने कुरा हो जस्तो लाग्छ। र अरू भाषिक रूपमै नेपाली भाषाकै यदि साहित्यिक सन्दर्भहरूको कुरा गर्ने हो भने थुप्रै आरम्भिक अभियानमूलक साहित्यिक अभियानहरू, आयामेली साहित्यको कुरा गरौँ वा सुरुमा जे जति गीत सङ्गीतहरू महत्त्वपूर्ण प्रकृतिका बने, त्यसमा चाहिँ दार्जिलिङ, खर्साङ लगायतका क्षेत्रका प्रतिभाहरूबाट ठुलो योगदान पुगेको छ। चित्रकारितामा ठुलो योगदान पुगेको छ। अहिले पनि नेपाली साहित्यकारहरूको साहित्यिक तीर्थको रूपमा पश्चिम बङ्गाल र तपाईँको सिक्किम, आसाम, मणिपुर आदि इत्यादिका साहित्यिक गतिविधिहरू हुने गरेका छन्। र यो गतिविधिले सम्पूर्ण सम्बन्धलाई चाहिँ एउटा ऊर्जा, उष्मा र आत्मीयता प्रदान गरेको छ। अघि मैले मैथिलीको कुरा त गरेँ नै। मैथिली अलिकति ठुलो भूक्षेत्र, ठुलो इतिहास भएको भाषा भएकोले यसले झन्डै झन्डै पूर्व झापादेखि नै यो सर्लाही, रौथटसम्मको भूभागलाई समेट्छ भने त्यसपछि भोजपुरी भाषाको त्यत्तिकै यो छ, दुवैतिर व्यापक छ। अवधिको कुरा आउँछ। त अन्यान्य जुन भाषिक गतिविधि दुवै देशमा समान रूपले चलिरहेका छन्, त्यसले कतै न कतै यो हाम्रो सर्वपक्षीय सम्बन्धलाई ऊर्जा र उष्मा दिँदै आएको छ।
म रूपा म्यामसँग कुरा गर्न आउँछु। जस्तो नेपाल भारत सम्बन्धको कुरा गर्दा रोटी बेटीको कुरा गरिन्छ र खास गरी हाम्रो सीतासँगको सम्बन्धको कुरा पनि गरिन्छ। मलाई लाग्छ जनकपुर धाममा आउने भारतका प्रधानमन्त्री मध्ये नरेन्द्र मोदी नै पहिलो हुनुपर्छ, यदि म रङ छैन भने। यदि दोस्रो हुनुहुन्छ भने पनि सीताको महिमा मण्डन हाई लेभलमा गर्ने चाहिँ उहाँ हुनुहुन्छ। यो भारतबाट नेपालमा आउने चेलीहरू, नेपालबाट भारतमा जाने चेलीहरूले साहित्यिक भेक्टरको रूपमा कति काम गरिरहेछन्, खास गरी मिथिलाञ्चलमा यसको अवस्था के छ म्याम?
धन्यवाद विराटजी। तपाईँ नेपाल र भारतको कुरा गर्नुभयो। रोटी बेटीको सम्बन्ध छ हाम्रो, र खास गरेर बोर्डर एरियामा प्रायः जसो बिहेबारी अहिले पनि चलिरहेछ। अहिले अलिक कम भएको छ, तर पहिला जस्तो के अरे मलाई लाग्छ लगभग 75% जति बिहेबारी चल्थ्यो यताउता, अहिले कम भएको छ। र साहित्यको कुरा गर्दाखेरि जब हामी यताबाट उता जान्छौँ र उताबाट यता आउँछौँ, अनि यताको रहनसहन पनि उताको रहन, मिथिलाको खास गरी कुरा गर्दाखेरि दुवैतिर एउटै हो हाम्रो रीति थिति सबै। अनि त्यसमा साहित्यको सिर्जना दुवैतिर खास गरी महिला रचनाकारहरू गरिराख्नु भएको छ। र एउटा कुरा गरौँ के अरे, जस्तो हामी हेलो मिथिला कार्यक्रम लगभग 25 वर्ष हुन लाग्यो रेडियोमा हामीले होस्ट गरेको, र त्यसको रिस्पोन्स एउटा हामीले यस्तो देखेका थियौँ। यता त थियो नै नेपालमा, तर हेलो मिथिलाको श्रोता यता भागलपुरसम्म सुनिने सबैजना यता भारतमा हजुर सुनिने र त्यतिखेर पनि त्यो हेलो मिथिलामा पनि साहित्य सृजना पनि हुन्थ्यो जस्तो अब चिठी आउँदा चिठीमा चाहिँ कविता कथा आफ्नो मनका कुराहरू त्यसरी पठाउने त्यो चिठीको मार्फतले र हामी देख्थ्यौँ कि त्यो माध्यमले पनि एउटा सञ्चारको माध्यमले पनि साहित्यको सिर्जना त्यो बगेको छ जस्तो लाग्थ्यो र अहिले हेर्दाखेरि मलाई लाग्छ दुवैतिर हामी महिला जुन के अरे साहित्यकारहरू छ अलि अल्छी भएको हो कि हाम्रो खास गरेर मैथिलीमा त्यति रचना भइराखेको छैन कि जस्तो लाग्छ तर फेरि कुनै बेला कहाँबाट एकदम राम्रो रचनाहरू पनि आउने र यो चाहिँ एउटा त्यो साहित्यमा पनि दुवैतिरको सम्बन्धको कुराहरू पनि आउने सीताको कुरा गर्दाखेरि जस्तो हामी जनकपुर वा मिथिलामा छोरीलाई सीता नै भनिन्छ सीता भनेको छोरी मिथिला मिथिलाकी छोरी सीता मैथिली मैथिली सीता हो सीता मैथिली हो र त्यसमा पनि सीतालाई लिएर तपाईँले भन्नुभयो मोदीजी के अरे हाम्रो प्रधानमन्त्री यताको प्रधानमन्त्री उता जानुभएको थियो र त्यतिखेर जानकीको गुणगान वा अहिले पनि भारतीय जुन हाम्रो दाजुभाइहरू जानुहुन्छ दिदीबहिनीहरू जानुहुन्छ हामी देख्छौँ जनकपुर पुगेपछि खै सबैजना आफै हौँ हामी जस्तो लाग्छ हामीलाई जनकपुरमा र साहित्य सृजना पनि त्यसरी नै सर बगिरहेछ दुवैतिर सन्तोषजनक नै हो हजुर धन्यवाद
म रञ्जना दिदी र हाम्रो सुमन वर्षा दिदीलाई एउटै प्रश्न सोध्छु आफ्नो एङ्गलबाट हजुरले भनिदिनु होला जस्तो नेपाल भारतको सम्बन्धको पोलिटिकल सम्बन्धको कुरा गर्ने भने चाहिँ बेला बेला एकदमै शत्रुतापूर्ण जस्तो देखिन्छ तर जनस्तरको सम्बन्ध हेर्ने हो भने त्यो एकदम मित्रतापूर्ण छ एकचोटि मैले कुनै विदेशीले सोध्नु भएको थियो सो वाट इज योर ओपिनियन अबाउट इन्डिया भन्नुभयो अनि मैले विच इन्डिया यु आर टकिङ अबाउट भनेको थिएँ मैले देयर आर सो मेनी इन्डियाज इनसाइड इन्डिया पब्लिक इन्डिया डिप्लोमेटिक इन्डिया मिलिटरी इन्डिया कल्चरल इन्डिया सो अनि मैले के भने पोलिटिकल इन्डियाले चाहिँ नेपाललाई ब्लकेट गरिरहेको थियो तर सिभिलियन इन्डियाले चाहिँ हामीलाई सपोर्ट गरिरहेको थियो होइन अर्को अपोजिसन इन्डियाले चाहिँ पार्लियामेन्टमा हाम्रो भोइस बोलिरहेको थियो त्यसकारण इन्डिया एउटा इन्डिया छैन इन्डिया धेरै इन्डिया छ र त्यहाँमध्ये कल्चरल इन्डियाको कुरा गरौँ जो चाहिँ पोलिटिक्सभन्दा धेरै माथि र पोलिटिक्सभन्दा धेरै जेठो पनि हो जस्तो उदाहरणको लागि भानुभक्त तनहुँमा जन्मेका भानुभक्तको शालिग दार्जिलिङमा छ र दार्जिलिङ क्षेत्रमा जन्मेका इमान सिंह चेम्जोङको शालिग भेरेटारमा छ र यो कल्चरल अनि अहिले त के पनि प्रश्न उठिरहेछ भने इलाममा विद्यापतिको शालिग बनाउनुपर्छ भनेर केही अभियानहरू पनि बनिसक्यो म अपडेटेड रहन्छ हाम्रो इटलीको कलाकार हुनुहुन्छ एकजना विक्रम श्री उहाँको कन्सेप्ट थियो कन्सेप्टको बेला सुनाएको थिएँ म सूचनामा अपडेट भएको रहन्छ सरलाई धन्यवाद र भारत अहिलेको भारतमा पर्ने मिथिला क्षेत्रका विद्यापतिको शालिग चाहिँ इलाममा बनाएको छ यसलाई कसरी व्याख्या गर्नुहुन्छ
धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद विराटजी प्रश्नको लागि उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण आदरणीय विद्वज्जनहरूमा मेरो हार्दिक अभिवादन कलिङ्ग लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलको यस महत्त्वपूर्ण सत्रमा म यसरी नेपाली सम्पूर्ण हामी यसरी बसेर यहाँ सेसन चलाउन पाउँदाखेरि एकदम खुसी लागेको छ यहाँको प्रश्नमा केन्द्रित हुँदै गर्दाखेरि के हो भन्दाखेरि पहिला हाम्रो साहित्यिक परम्परा भनेको मौखिकै थियो यो मौखिक भनेको कथा भन्ने अनि त्यसपछि अब मौखिक रूपमा आफ्ना साहित्यिक गतिविधिहरू सुनाउने भनौँ न रामायण महाभारतका कुराहरू पनि मौखिक रूपमै थियो भने भानुभक्तले यसलाई एउटा संस्कृतबाट चाहिँ नेपाली भाषामा भानुभक्तले रामायण लेखेर यो एउटा के भन्दाखेरि साहित्यिक चेतना सबै जनमानसमा उनले भरिदिए यो एउटा नेपालीहरूको लागि बडो महत्त्वको विषय बन्न गयो र यो नेपाली भाषा नेपाली भाषीहरू इभन भारतमा त्यसपछि श्रीलङ्कामा अनि त्यसपछि अब यो भुटानमा बङ्गलादेशमा नेपाली भाषीहरू पनि थुप्रै हुनुहुन्छ र त्यो भाषा नेपाली भाषीहरूलाई आफ्नो भाषा यति महत्त्वपूर्ण हुँदो रहेछ भन्ने कुरा पनि यी सब कुराले देखाउँछ जसरी अब हाम्रो भानुभक्तको शालिग चाहिँ अब दार्जिलिङमा छ। हामी जहिले पनि त्यो चौतारामा जाँदाखेरि भानुभक्तको शालिग हेर्दाखेरि हामीलाई एकदम गर्वको बोध हुन्छ, आनन्दको बोध हुन्छ। त्यो भनेको के हो त भन्दाखेरि आफ्नो भाषाप्रतिको सम्मान हो, यो भाषाप्रतिको इज्जत हो। यो चाहिँ भनौँ न, भानुभक्त भनेको सबैको साझा व्यक्ति हो, कसैको नेपालीहरूको मात्रै भानुभक्त होइनन्। उनले नेपाली भाषालाई सम्वर्धन गरे, प्रवर्धन गरे, नेपाली भाषालाई एउटा जनमानसमा पुर्याए, त्यो चेतनाको विकास गरे, त्यो साहित्यिक चेतना सबैको मनमा जगाउन सफल भएको व्यक्तिलाई सबैको यो पूजनीय हो, सम्माननीय हो भनेर उहाँलाई सम्मान गर्नका लागि जुन दार्जिलिङमा राखिएको यो भानुभक्तको शालिगले के कुराको प्रतीक गर्छ भने नेपाली भाषाप्रतिको सम्मान हो भन्ने कुराको प्रतीक गर्छ भने, त्यस्तै गरी इमानसिंह चेम्जोङको भेडेटारमा राखिएको प्रतिमाले चाहिँ, जस्तो उहाँले दार्जिलिङमा लामो समय, हुन त उहाँ 5 थरमा जन्मिनु भएको व्यक्ति हो, दार्जिलिङमा लामो समयसम्म उहाँले बसेर त्यहाँ चाहिँ साहित्यिक सृजना गर्नुभयो, लिम्बू भाषाका इतिहासहरू उहाँले त्यहाँ लेख्नुभयो। त्यसपछि उहाँले अनुसन्धानमा आफ्नो सम्पूर्ण समय त्यहाँ व्यतीत गर्नुभयो। अब यो लिम्बूको इतिहास, लिम्बूको मिथक, लिम्बूको परम्परालाई उजागर गर्ने व्यक्तिको रूपमा पनि यो हामी नेपालीहरूको लागि चाहिँ एउटा विशेष व्यक्तित्व उहाँ हुन पुग्नुभयो। त्यसैले यो चाहिँ अब व्यक्तिलाई भन्दा पनि उहाँले गर्नुभएको योगदानलाई र उहाँले आफ्नो देशप्रति, आफ्नो देशका ती आदिवासी जनजाति सीमान्तकृत व्यक्तित्वहरूको बारेमा विषय उठान गर्नुभएकोले गर्दाखेरि उहाँलाई त्यसका लागि सम्मान गरिएर अब हामी एक प्रकारले भन्ने हो भने यहाँ एउटा सीमाले मात्रै हामीलाई छुट्याएको छ। जस्तै भारतमा हामी यहाँ कलिङ लिटरेचर फेस्टिभलमा आएर बसेका छौँ, हामी यहाँ नेपालीमा हामी आफ्ना कुराहरू निर्धक्कसँग राख्न सकेको छौँ। यो ब्युटी हो नि त। यो के हो त भन्दाखेरि सांस्कृतिक विविधता हो। यो साहित्यले हामीलाई दिएको त्यो सांस्कृतिक विविधता, भाषिक विविधतालाई हामीले यहाँ यसरी प्र्याक्टिस गरिरहेछौँ, एक्सर्साइज गरिरहेछौँ। यो भनेको के हो भन्दाखेरि एक अर्का देशले एक अर्काको भाषालाई गरेको सम्मान हो, एक अर्काको योगदानलाई गरेको सम्मान हो। त्यसरी नै अब मलाई के लाग्छ भन्दाखेरि यी 2-3 व्यक्तिहरूको नामले मात्रै पनि पूर्ण हुँदैन। हामी यसरी नै अन्य व्यक्तित्वहरूको पनि प्रतिमा, शालिगहरूलाई, जस्तै आफ्नै देशमा पनि म त भन्छु, हाम्रै देशमा पनि हामीले हाम्रा पूर्वजहरूको साहित्यिक व्यक्तित्वहरूको हामीले सम्मान गर्न सकेको छैनौँ। यस्ता खालका शालिगहरू, यस्ता खालका चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई गर्ने सम्मानहरू अझै हुनुपर्छ भन्ने मेरो आफ्नो बुझाइ रहेको छ।
रञ्जना दिदी, हजुर के जोड्न चाहनुहुन्छ? र अन्तिममा यही विषयमा हाम्रो धर्मेन्द्र सरले नि केही, वीरेन्द्र सरले नि केही।
थ्याङ्क यू विराट। मैले पनि साहित्य पढ्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामी श्रुति परम्पराबाट आयौँ, लोक साहित्य हुँदै 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 आयौँ। अब वेदहरू पनि श्रुति परम्परामै थियो कि, तर त्यो कस्तो भन्दा हाम्रो जो श्रुति परम्पराबाट आयो पूर्वीय त हो नि, भारत र हामी नेपालका यी त पहिलेदेखि नै हो कि, अहिले आएर एक्सचेन्ज भन्ने कुरा होइन, पहिलेदेखि नै थियो। वेद पनि 4 वेद पनि हामी, उनीहरूले हाम्रा इन्डियामा हाम्रा भन्छन्, हामी हाम्रा भन्छौँ। त्यो पनि श्रुति परम्पराबाटै आएको थियो कि वेदहरू पनि। त्यस्तो के लाग्छ मलाई भन्दा आउँदा 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 त्यो चाहिँ अहिले हामीले अहिले आधुनिक युगमा आएर चाहिँ एक्सचेन्ज हुनु, यो चाहिँ कस्तो भन्दा साहित्यलाई सम्मान हो, सर्जकलाई सम्मान हो जस्तो लाग्छ। भानुभक्तको चाहिँ कलकत्तामा पनि छ, त्यहाँ विशेष भानुभक्तको सम्मान गरेर मनाउँछन् रविन्द्र टाइगरसँगै। रविन्द्र टाइगरलाई जस्तो मान्छन् तिनीहरूले हाम्रो भानुभक्तलाई त्यस्तै मान्छन्। त हामीले पनि के गर्छौँ, रविन्द्र टाइगरलाई कति सम्मान गर्छौँ, उहाँलाई पढ्छौँ। हामीले शालिगै नबनाए पनि हामीलाई उहाँहरूको राइटरहरूले कति सम्मान गरेर पढ्छौँ कि ओहो आयो भने ओहो यस्तो लेखेको छ भन्छौँ नि। लेख्न त होइन, त्यो चाहिँ तिमीले उठाएको कुरा चाहिँ मलाई कस्तो एकदम राम्रो लाग्छ। हामी चाहिँ यो राजनीतिभन्दा साहित्यकारहरू चाहिँ पर हुन्छौँ, छुन त छुन्छ, हामीलाई घटनाहरूले छुन्छ, तर हामी सर्जक भनेपछि एकदम रेस्पेक्ट हुन्छ। हामी राजनीतिसँग घुल्न सक्दैनौँ, सुन्छौँ, तर इन्डियाको सर्जक भनेपछि हामीलाई यत्तिकै रेस्पेक्ट हुन्छ। हामीलाई त्यसले छुँदैन, देशमा के भइरहेको थियो, देशले देशलाई के गरिरहेको थियो, नेताले के गरिरहेको थियो भन्ने छुँदैन। तर एउटा सर्जकलाई चाहिँ हामी सधैँ सम्मान गर्छौँ। यो सम्मान हुनुपर्छ, टु वे हुनुपर्छ। यो शालिग बनाएर मात्रै हुन्छ जस्तो चाहिँ मलाई लाग्दैन, मनदेखि सबै कुरा हुनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। थ्याङ्क यू।
म धीरेन्द्र सरसँग आउनुभन्दा अगाडि एउटा प्रसङ्ग जोड्छु। जस्तो नेपालको पोलिटिकल हिस्ट्रीको कुरा गर्दाखेरि पिपी कोइराला र नेहरूको कुराहरू आउँछ होइन। पहिलो पुस्ताका डेमोक्रेटिक लिडरहरू पनि फ्रेन्ड थिए। र अर्को इन्ट्रेस्टिङ के छ भने साहित्यिक हिसाबमा चाहिँ ट्यागोर र देवकोटाको नि भेट भएको थियो। र ट्यागोरको एउटा किताब छ गोल्डन बुक अफ ट्यागोर भनेर। र त्यसमा एउटा धेरैजनाको कमेन्टमध्ये एकजना कमेन्ट लेख्ने मान्छेको नाम हो जय पृथ्वीबहादुर सिंह। उहाँ चाहिँ हाम्रो नेपालको हुनुहुन्थ्यो बदाङ्गी राजा। त्यहाँ चाहिँ राजा जय पृथ्वी भनेर त्यहाँ राखिएको छ गोल्डन बुक अफ ट्यागोरमा। भनेको यो खालको हाम्रो साहित्यिक पनि त्यो लेभलकै कुरा छ। तर हाम्रो यो कुरा किन कम प्रयोग हुन्छ पब्लिक डोमेनमा। र अर्को सरलाई स्पेसिफिक यही कुरामा जोडेर चाहिँ जनकपुरको कल्चरल हार्टलाई इलामले रेस्पेक्ट गर्यो। अब हाम्रो मधेसले मिथिलालाई कहिले रेस्पेक्ट गर्ला?
बडा महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा राख्नुभयो। हेर्नुहोस् समस्या कहाँ भएको छ भने नि अब कुरा थुप्रै आए, ती महत्त्वपूर्ण कुराहरू छँदैछन्। अघि मलाई त्यही कुरा जोड्न पनि भन्नुभएको थियो। र एउटा बडो मलाई चाहिँ मिठो चाहिँ के छ अनुभूति भने नेपालभित्र विभिन्न राष्ट्रियताका मान्छे छन्। नेपालमा कहिले चाहिँ नि ल नेपाली खस भनेर एकातिर खुम्च्याउने प्रयास गरिन्छ, कहिले चाहिँ नि मैथिल भए, कहिले भोजपुरी भाषी भए, कहिले लिम्बू भए, कहिले मगर भए। तर यो ठ्याक्क जब नेपालभन्दा बाहिर जान्छ, मात्र भारतीय परिप्रेक्ष्यमा तपाईँ पुग्नुहोस्, दार्जिलिङतिर पुग्नुहोस्, त्यसपछि त्यहाँ चाहिँ सबै नेपाली हुन्छन् है। यो एउटा गजबको नेपालभित्र विभिन्न जातिहरू छन्, ती भारतमा पुगेपछि नेपाली महाजाति भन्छन्। यो सौन्दर्यलाई पनि हामीले त्यति साह्रो विचार गर्न सकेका छैनौँ। र अर्को महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा सांस्कृतिक रूपले कसरी आबद्ध गरिएको छ भने दार्जिलिङ क्षेत्रमा मात्रै होइन, त्यो पश्चिम बङ्गाल र आसामका थुप्रै विद्यालयका केटाकेटीहरूले +2 सम्मका केटाकेटीहरूले डोलो यो लगाएर चाहिँ त्यसरी गर्छन्। र यो एउटा भावनामा त्यसरी विकसित गर्दै गइने कुरा हो। तपाईँले इलाममा विद्यापतिको प्रतिमा स्थापनाको कुरा गर्नुभयो। 3 वर्ष अगाडि भएको थियो, विक्रम श्रीजीले बनाउनुभयो। त्यसमा विभिन्न कुरा उहाँले मसँग पनि सोध्नुहुन्थ्यो। र एउटा यस्तो मलाई चाहिँ नि उहाँको त्यो कुराले अहिले मेरो आङ सिरिङ्ग भइरहेछ। धोती बनाउने बेलामा म रोएँ, आँसु आयो मेरो आँखाबाट। किनकि आजसम्म मेरो कल्पनामै थिएन मैले यो देशमा देखिरहेको भोगिरहेको यस्ता कुनै विभूतिको धोती समेतको चाहिँ म यो धोती बनाउन सक्नुला बनाउला भनेर त्यो बनाउँदै जाँदा तर मेरो आँखाबाट आँसु आयो। त्यो एउटा कलाकारको अनुभूति त्यो मैले सम्झिरहेको छु। इलाममा स्थापना भयो। नेपालमा छैन भन्ने कुरा छैन। जनकपुरमै भानु चोक भन्ने छ, विराटनगरमा अझ नेपाली बनाउने सम्पूर्ण जनतालाई नेपाली बनाउने क्रममा वा त्यो भ्रममा उसलाई उसको जराबाट उखेलिदियो। त्यो जराबाट उखेलिएको मान्छेलाई के थाहा संस्कृति के हो, भाषा के हो, यसको मर्म के हो। उसले हिजो भानुभक्त भत्कायो, भोलि विद्यापति पनि भत्काउँछ, अर्को पनि भत्काउन सक्छ। किनकि उसले बनाउन जाने छैन, बिर्सेको छ बनाउने कुरा, जानेको छैन भन्ने होइन। किनकि त्यसको संस्कारको विकास त्यहीँबाट भएको थियो। यो कुराले गर्दा चाहिँ नि अलिकति कतै न कतै त्यो विशृङ्खलित भए जस्तो देखिराखिएको छ। यद्यपि अर्को पाटो हेरौँ, काठमाडौँ उपत्यकाको नेवार समुदायमा त्यतिखेर 14औं शताब्दीको विद्यापतिका गीतहरू आजसम्म पारम्परिक गीतको रूपमा गाइराखिएका छन् हैन। अर्थ थाहा छैन, हामीले किन गाइरहेछौँ भन्ने थाहा छैन। एक थरी नयाँ पुस्ता आउँछन्, यो के पुरानो गाइरहेको भन्दा फेरि अर्को बुढाहरूले हप्काउँछन् हाम्रो बाउबाजेको नासो हो, यो चाहिँ फाल्नुहुन्न, नजाने पनि राख्नुपर्छ। त्यो एउटा यो भाव पनि छ जसले चाहिँ बडो महत्त्वपूर्ण ढङ्गले चाहिँ यसलाई सजाइरहेछ। र कता कता यो हाम्रो समस्या कहाँ आएको छ भने जहाँ जहाँ हामी पढा लेखा भयौँ, पढ्नु लेख्नु भनेको अचम्म छ संस्कृतिबाट उखेलिनु त्यस्तो जस्तो हुँदै गयो क्या। अब तपाईँ अलिकति पछि नै जन्मिनु भएको, पहिला हामी जब धानको चौरीमा जान्थ्यौँ अनि बासमती रोपेको धानतिर जाँदा चौरी नै हर हर बास्ना आउँथ्यो। अहिले बासमती भनेर आउँछ, त्यसमा बास्ना हुँदैन। त्यो के रे, मल खाद विषादी आदि इत्यादि प्रयोग गरिँदै गएकोले त्यसको गुण हरायो। अनि यो राष्ट्रियताका नाममा जुन विभिन्न खाले उर्वरक मल खाद विषादीहरू हालिँदै गए, त्यसले गर्दा त्यो उत्पादन त बढे जस्तो देखिएको होला, त्यसको मौलिक बासना चाहिँ नि सकिएको छ। अब त्यसको चाहिँ नि खोजी फेरि कहाँबाट गर्ने।
धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। र अब हामी थोरै पोइट्रीतर्फ जाउँ। इन्डियामा पनि लाखौँले नेपाली भाषा बोल्नुहुन्छ, नेपालमा करोडभन्दा बढीले बोल्नुहुन्छ। र केवरा म्यामको एउटा कविता सुन्छौँ र त्यसपछि हामी एउटा मैथिली कविता पनि सुन्छौँ। रूपा म्यामले भन्नुहुनेछ।
धन्यवाद विराटजी। मलाई पनि साहित्यका हस्तीहरूको बिचमा बसेर चाहिँ कविता वाचन गर्ने मौका दिनुभएकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। र श्रोताहरू जति पनि हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरूलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। मैले चाहिँ छोरीको बारेमा एउटा कविता लेखेको छु। बाध्यता र व्यवस्थाको जिन्दगीमा घर र अफिस धाउँदैमा सकिने रहेछ जिन्दगी। जताततै लथालिङ्ग समयको घाउमा दुखिरहन्छ यो मन। यस्तो दुःखमा साथसाथै रहेर दुःख भुलाउने, रमाउन सिकाउने मेरा सजीव चित्र, मेरा प्रिय, मेरा साथी, मेरा छोरी। छेउमा बसेर मलम बनिदिन्छन्, अभावको बिचमा सहज बनिदिन्छन्। भित्र दुखे पनि बाहिर हाँस्नु पर्ने बाध्यतामा भर दिने, माया दिने यी मेरा संसार जुनसुकै अवस्थामा मुख्य बिन्दुमा रहेर मलाई हिम्मत दिने मेरा छोरी। थकानको जुनसुकै सुस्केरामा मैले फेर्ने हरेक सासमा मेरा हरेक दुःख सुखको साथी, मेरा सपना, मेरा विपना, मेरा प्रार्थना, मेरा जिम्मेवारी, मेरा छोरी। धन्यवाद।
एकदमै राम्रो कविता। And this was the very viral poetry in Nepali social media. It is all about the daughter, how the mother is feeling towards her daughter. So it was very viral. मलाई यहाँ चिट आएको छ, हामी टाइमभन्दा टाढा जाँदैनौँ। ओके, हामीलाई अलि टाइम छोटो गर्नु भन्नुभएको छ। ठिक छ, हाम्रो लगभग धेरै कुरा सकेको छ। अब हाम्रो म्यामको हामी मैथिली कविता सुन्छौँ र मैथिली चाहिँ नेपालको दोस्रो ठुलो भाषा हो, नेपालको राष्ट्रिय भाषा हो, दोस्रो ठुलो राष्ट्रिय भाषा हो। र यो भाषा बोल्ने चाहिँ इन्डियामा नेपालमा भन्दा बढी हुनुहुन्छ। त्यसकारण चाहिँ त्यो कल्चरल जोनलाई रेस्पेक्ट गर्दै अब रूपा म्यामले एउटा कविता सुनाउनुहुन्छ, मैथिली कविता।
धन्यवाद विराटजी। सबभन्दा खुसी लागेको यो कलिङ्गा साहित्य महोत्सवमा हामी जम्मा भएका छौँ र यहाँ यो मञ्चमा हामी नेपाली कथा वाचन गरिरहेछौँ, मैथिली, र त्यसपछि हामी नेपाली साहित्यको कुरा गरिरहेछौँ। नेपाल भारतको रोटीबेटीको सम्बन्ध सँगै त्यसमा पनि साहित्य जोडेर कुरा गर्दाखेरि धेरै खुसी भएका छौँ हामी। हामी अहिले 6जना यहाँ छौँ विराटजी लगायत। मेरो एउटा सानो कविता, लामो पढ्दिनँ किनकि हामीलाई टाइमको आइसकेको छ। पहिला म मैथिलीमा पढ्छु र त्यसको अनुवाद चाहिँ धीरेन्द्रजीले गरिदिनु भएको छ, त्यो पनि राख्छु। यो मैथिलीमा, हिन्दीमा अनुवाद। रोटी आ रेखा, मैथिलीमा शीर्षक छ रोटी आ रेखा। रोटी पकबैत काल हमर हाथक असंख्यो रेखा छिप जाइत अछि रोटी गट्टी पर। रोटी पकबैत काल हमर हाथक असंख्यो रेखा छिप जाइत अछि रोटी गट्टी पर। हाँ, हमर दैनिकी भऽ गेल अछि अपने हाथक रेखा के रोटी पर अंकित होइत आ खापड़ में विलीन होइत देखबाक। यसको सानै छ, त्यही भएर हिंदी में मैं इसका अनुवाद रखना चाहती हूँ। रोटी और रेखा। रोटी बनाते समय मेरी हथेली की असंख्य रेखाएं, रोटी बनाते समय मेरी हथेली की असंख्य रेखाएं छप जाती है आटे की गट्टी पर। हाँ, मेरी दिनचर्या बन चुकी है अपने हाथ की रेखाओं को रोटी पर छपते और तवे पर विलीन होते देखता। धन्यवाद विराटजी।
धेरै धन्यवाद। र एउटा अब म हाम्रो प्यानलिस्टहरूलाई एउटा शब्दमा आफ्नो कुरा भन्न भन्छु, एउटा वर्ड त्यो भन्नु होला, जुन वर्ड चाहिँ भएको भए या त्यो गर्न सकेको भए हाम्रो क्रस बोर्डर साहित्य अझ झाँगिने थियो, अझ अपनत्व महसुस गर्थ्यो। र कुन एउटा शब्दले त्यो कुरा डिफाइन गर्ला? रञ्जना दिदीबाट सुरु गर्छु, एउटा शब्द मात्रै।
थ्याङ्क यू विराट। यो चाहिँ अनुवाद।
धन्यवाद। के हो र म्याम?
मलाई पनि अनुवादले नै जस्तो लाग्यो र मैले केही कुरा थप्न चाहेँ। मेरो बुझाइमा चाहिँ यो दक्षिण एसियामा साहित्यले चाहिँ पहिचानको निर्माण, भाषाको संरक्षण, संस्कृतिको सम्वर्धन गर्ने चाहिँ सशक्त माध्यमको रूपमा चाहिँ साहित्य अनुवाद नै हो जस्तो लाग्छ।
दुईटा मत पाएको छ, 5वटा मत मध्ये। र सुमन म्याम एउटा शब्द।
हामीले हाम्रो मौलिकतालाई बिर्सिनु हुँदैन। हामीले हाम्रा कुरा लेख्यौँ, त्यो अब विलियम शेक्सपियरको म्याकबेथ उसले भनेका थिएनन् कि यसरी थुप्रै भाषामा चाहिँ अनुवाद हुनुपर्छ भनेर। यो खोजीको विषय हुन्छ, आफूले चाहिँ आफ्नो कर्म गर्नुपर्छ।
जरा भनौँ न, अनुवाद आयो जरा। अब धीरेन्द्र सर।
म 4वटा शब्द भन्छु।
हुन्छ, दुईटा दोहोरेको छ, भन्न मिल्छ।
आँखा र पखेटा, लोकतान्त्रिक चरित्र।
एकदम राम्रो, ताली। र रूपा म्याम एउटा शब्द।
धन्यवाद। अनुवादको कुरा धेरै आइ नै सक्यो सबैजनाबाट। मलाई लाग्छ जस्तो अहिले अब यो साहित्य महोत्सव भएको छ, त्यसरी चाहिँ दुवैतिरको साहित्यलाई जोडेर बेला बेलामा यसरी नै सङ्गोष्ठीहरू भइराखियोस्। अनि
साहित्यिक सम्मेलन।
एकदम एकदम।
अनुवाद, साहित्यिक सम्मेलन, आँखा र पखेटा, लोकतान्त्रिक चरित्र भन्नुभयो, जरा। 5वटा कन्टेन्ट आयो। र
तपाईँ पनि भनिदिनु न त।
यसमा म इन्डोर्स गर्छु, मेरो कुनै मौलिकता आएन, सबै धीरेन्द्र सरले सक्दिनु।
केही भन्नु न।
रेस्पेक्ट।
गुड,
रेस्पेक्ट। र अब हामी, इफ यु हेभ सम क्वेसन्स, मेबी one questions from the audience, maybe from the youngster. So if you have any particular questions to one of our panelists, you may ask. We basically talk about we talk about cross-border connectivity, we talk about cross-border commerce, we talk about cross-border connectivity, but here we talk about cross-border literature. So we talk about across border, right. So do you have any questions, sir? यसको उत्तर चाहिँ धीरेन्द्र सरले दिनु होला, अनि हामी सेसन सक्छौँ।
जी, नेपाल में लिखा जाने वाला नेपाली साहित्य और भारत में लिखा जाने वाला साहित्य, मेरे ख्याल से देखिए नेपाल और भारत ही दोनों चाल चरित्र चलन आदि इत्यादि के हिसाब से बहुत ज़्यादा अलग नहीं है। और उसमें अगर नेपाली की बात की जाए तो इसकी आत्मा जो है वो तो बस एक ही है। कभी कभी जो राजनीतिक परिवेश परिदृश्य आदि इत्यादि आते हैं वही भर अंतर है। नेपाली जो नागरिक हैं वो इधर भारतीय साहित्य अकादमी वाले पुरस्कारों के जो क्रम है उसमें नहीं आ पाते हैं, लेकिन नेपाली साहित्यकारों की भी रचनाएं यहाँ छप रही हैं, कृतियां छप रही हैं, उस पर इधर के लोग पुरस्कृत हो रहे हैं। ये बहुत एक अच्छा क्रम चल रहा है निरंतर। मेरे ख्याल से दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं और साथ साथ मिलकर एकदम अच्छी तरह से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। र हामी क्लोजिङ सेसनमा आएको छौँ र यदि यो सेसनको डिजिटल अडियन्सहरूलाई भन्न चाहन्छु, यदि केही राम्रो भयो भने हाम्रो 5जना प्यानलिस्टको कारणले भयो र केही नराम्रो भयो भने मेरो कारणले भयो भन्दै हामी बिदा हुन्छौँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful. So thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for the wonderful session that reminded us the importance of literature across border. And I would now request Rashmi sir to please felicitate our guests. Please, sir. So much, ma'am, for the wonderful session. We'll be moving on to the next session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Guys, we would be starting the next session in the next 5 minutes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. And ma'am, I would request you, please, we have a bite team as well. Please. मेरा Hello, hello. Yeah, so I would request all the volunteers to please be seated. All the volunteers, please be seated. Yeah, so very good afternoon, everyone, and we will be starting the next session. So, yeah. So, across civilization, across centuries, across belief system. Sure, sure. Across civilization, across centuries, across belief system, the sun has never just been a star in the sky. It has been timekeeper, witness, life giver, and symbol. It has been worshipped, written about, sung to, and invoked, not merely as a force of nature, but as a moral and spiritual presence. Today's session, the eternal sun, the legacy of Surya Deva, and it the topic it explores invites us to look back at sun not only as mythology but as memory, philosophy, and civilizational continuity. Surya is one of the few deities who belong not to one text, one era, or one tradition, but to human imagination, self. We are honored to have with us Mrs. Shalini Modi and Tulip Suman, whose work explored Indic thought, cultural memory, and spiritual symbolization with rare clarity and depth. She'll be in conversation with Sri K. K. Das, a scholar and thinker whose engagement with Indian knowledge tradition bring both precision and perspective to such dialogues. And I would like to request them to please come on the stage and have a conversation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for your presence at KLF. And we would request you to please begin with the session, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the
धन्यवाद. आपका नाम बता के जाइए.
Sir Navdeep.
नवदीप, आपने अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया. थैंक यू फॉर दैट. तो हम हिंदी में बात करेंगे, अंग्रेजी थोड़ा थोड़ा उसमें भी देखेंगे, संस्कृत भी देखेंगे, 2 लाइन उड़िया में भी बोलेंगे. और इसका भूमिका प्रस्तुत करते हुए मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि ये एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है जहाँ जिस राज्य में सूर्यदेव पूजा होते हैं और जिनके लिए एक बेहतरीन मंदिर की प्रस्तुत किया गया कोणार्क के रूप में, जिसके ऊपर आगे की सवाल हमारे साथी तुलिप सुमन जी हैं जो को मॉडरेटर हैं, वो उस पर प्रकाश डालेंगे. तुलिप सुमन जी लॉ पढ़ाते हैं, आर्ट और कल्चर में गहन रुचि रखते हैं और उड़ीसा के साहित्य और कला और संस्कृति में डीप डाइव करते हैं. तो आज एक साथ ही हम सोचे कि एक बार शालिनी जी को घेर लेते हैं, दोनों तरफ से
अटैक कर
घेर लेते हैं. सूर्यदेव को कौन अटैक कर सकता है?
We will be gentle.
सूर्यदेव को कौन अटैक कर? So Surya is at the center of the ग्रह मंडल, if I go to that conceptualization. लेकिन हम अभी शालिनी जी को धन्यवाद कहते हुए शुरू करेंगे कि सूर्यदेव के ऊपर काफ़ी सारे सूक्त है, भजन है, मंत्र है और वर्सेस लिखे गए हैं संस्कृत में, उड़िया में, हिंदी में, अलग अलग भाषाओं में.
हमारे सबसे पॉपुलर मंत्र गायत्री मंत्र,
गायत्री मंत्र
सावित्र पे है.
या तो गायत्री और सावित्री मंत्र जो दोनों है, ओम भू भुव स्वः मह जन तप सत्य आप ज्योतिरसमृत ब्रह्म भूर्भुव स्मर हंस स्व, ये जो मंत्र है ये सारे डेडिकेटेड है सूर्यदेव जी से. और सूर्य वो है, जैसे अग्निदेव को बोला जाता है कि अग्नि द मुख ऑफ देवता, सारे देवताओं के मुख है अग्नि. उसी तरीके से सूर्यदेव को बोला जाता है कि सारे देवताओं के फेस हैं सूर्यदेव. ही इज द फेस ऑफ ऑल देवता. इसीलिए हम जब सुबह उठते हैं, हमारे संस्कृत में कहा जाता है, संस्कृति में कहा जाता है उदये ब्रह्मणे रूपम, मध्यान्ह तो महेश्वर, अस्तमान सायं विष्णु, त्रिमूर्तिश्च दिवाकर. तो दिवाकर जो है, जो दिन कराते हैं, दिन को करने वाले, तो
तीनों हैं.
ये तीनों रूप में विद्यमान हैं. तो विष्णु भी हैं, ब्रह्मा भी हैं और खुद शिव
और
महादेव.
आई थिंक उनको फेस इसलिए भी बोला जाता होगा क्योंकि उनको घेरे हुए सारे देवी देवता उनको घेर के चलते हैं साथ में.
उनको घेर के नहीं चलते,
उनके चारों तरफ
हम अब जैसे आपको घेरे हैं, हम उनको घेर के नहीं चलते. सूर्यदेव के बिना ग्रहमंडल की परिकल्पना असंभव है. सूर्यदेव के बिना संसार में जीवन की परिकल्पना असंभव है. तो जो संसार बनाया गया उसमें सूर्यदेव इस दी सकल शक्ति के उच्च है. उड़िया रे उसको कहते हैं सकल शक्तिर उच्च सूर्यदेव. So the discussion which we are premising on now today is कि शालिनी जी ने इस पुस्तक में सूर्यदेव को डेडिकेट क्यों किया, क्यों लिखा, जब सूर्यदेव के ऊपर ऐसा कोई शास्त्र की कमी नहीं है, आदित्य हृदयम है, बहुत सारे चीजें हैं, लेकिन क्या अनोखा चीज वो करना चाहते थे या क्या मिसिंग चीज था जिसको इकट्ठा करना एक पुस्तक में जरूरी था. और खास करके आज के जमाने की जनरेशन के लिए इस पुस्तक में क्या मैसेज है सूर्यदेव जी को लेकर. सूर्यदेव एक जगह पे देव भी हैं, एक जगह पे आयुर्वेद के मुख्य भी हैं, एक जगह पे एस्ट्रोलॉजी के भी मुख्य हैं. तो सूर्यदेव के बिना हमारी संसार की जीवन परिकल्पना असंभव है. तो यहीं से हम शुरू करेंगे. और शालिनी जी को उनके इस किताब को लिखने की जर्नी क्यों आया दिमाग में और उनकी जो पर्सनल रिफ्लेक्शन है वो कैसे इस पे उभर के आया है और आज के जमाने के लिए इस किताब और पुस्तक को हमें क्यों पढ़ना चाहिए.
थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग हियर. तो मैं थोड़ा इंग्लिश में बात करूंगी, हिंदी इंग्लिश में.
हम हिंगोलिश में बात करते हैं, हिंदी ओडिया इंग्लिश हिंगोलिश.
उड़िया तो मुझे आती नहीं है.
हम जोड़ेंगे.
तो बेसिकली ये किताब मेरे को मेरे पब्लिशर ने बोला कि आप लिखेंगे सूर्यदेव पे. And I was amazed because 12 years back I began my Surya Sadhana. And my teacher who taught me the Aditya Hridayam Stotra, उन्होंने बोला कि मेरा न्यूमरोलॉजी के हिसाब से मेरा डेस्टिनी नंबर 1 है. And 1 is the sun's energy, which coincidentally is also this year. If you total the 2026, it is 1, which is Surya Dev ki energy. And she said, if you pray to Surya Dev, he will come to you. And I actually felt when I was asked to write the book that he has come to me. And I was extremely happy and instantly.
थोड़ा सूर्य साधना के बारे में किसी को
हाँ,
अगर
हाँ,
गुप्त
जरूर.
नहीं है तो
नहीं,
सूर्य
गुप्त
साधना के
नहीं
बारे
है.
में थोड़ा हमको बताइए.
तो मैंने शुरू किया पहले गायत्री मंत्र से, उसके बाद मैंने धीरे धीरे आदित्य हृदयम को कंठस्थ किया. तो उसको मैं 3 बार सुबह करती थी पहले.
थोड़ा आदित्य हृदयम सुनाइए.
नहीं
जब भी. हाँ.
अच्छा, तो उसको शुरू किया और उसके बाद मैंने सूर्य को जल देना शुरू किया. एंड जब सूर्य को जल देना शुरू किया तो उस वक्त बस ये था कि सुबह नहा के जल देना है. धीरे धीरे वो हुआ कि सनराइज पे सूर्य को जल देना है. फिर एक बार आया कि मैंने पढ़ा कहीं पर, जब मैं उनके बारे में लिख रही थी तो मैंने ये भी पढ़ा कि जो उनकी पहली पत्नी संध्या है, संजना कई नाम है उनके, तो वो तीनों टाइम जो हम पूजा या पाठ के लिए हमारा फिक्स्ड है, जैसे 3 संध्या काल बोलते हैं, वो भी वो उन्हीं के नाम पे है. और फिर मैंने सूर्य को जल देना दिन में शुरू किया, फिर शाम को भी सूर्य अस्त के समय शुरू किया. ये करते करते ये हुआ कि आई डेवलप्ड अ रिलेशनशिप विद सूर्यदेव एंड नाउ आई वांटेड टू सी हिम. लाइक आई हैड दिस inquisitiveness to see him during sunrise, sunset, noon, and wherever I go for my holiday, for temple trip, anything, this is something that I love doing, is watching the sun. So ऐसे ही आप उनके साथ एक relationship बनता है. And this has been a journey. It never happens in one day. Another thing I would say is that मैं योगा बहुत छोटे एज से कर रही हूँ, but somehow surprisingly I was never introduced to Surya Namaskar, which got introduced after I started doing Surya Sadhana. So that also happened. Everything just fell into place. And मेरी book release हुई अभी, वो मेरी एस्ट्रोलॉजी के हिसाब से, जो काफ़ी लोगों को नहीं पता होगा, पर मेरी सूर्य की दशा भी चल रही थी, अंतरदशा. So everything just fitted in. And I think if you connect with any deity for that matter, not just Suryadev, so he will come to you, he or she.
मैम, आपने जब कहा कि आप जल देती हैं सूर्य को, मैंने एक जगह पढ़ा था कि जल देते समय जो सूर्य की किरणें पास करती हैं उस वाटर से, दैट इज़ वेरी गुड फॉर योर आईज. एंड इसी वजह से कहा जाता है कि आप सूर्य की तरफ देखते हुए आंखों को थोड़ी देर देखिए.
I am not sure about that. I think वो तो सिर्फ you know, people are trying to find science in everything. तो वो हर चीज़ में कुछ ना कुछ scientific ढूंढ लेते हैं. I'm sure there must be some other reason. But हम तर्पण तो सिर्फ सूर्यदेव का नहीं, हम तो पितरों का भी करते हैं और भगवान का भी करते हैं. तो it's like a तर्पण to सूर्यदेव. And usually but they say कि आपको सूर्य को देखना चाहिए जब आप करते हैं. So that I've heard, but ये वाली part मुझे पता नहीं है.
क्योंकि आँखों को ठीक रखने के लिए आपको एक पर्टिकुलर लाइट प्रिज्म आपकी आँखों से
हाँ, वो
गुजरना
तो
चाहिए, दैट्स व्हाई।
ऐसा ऐसा भी कहा जाता है कि आप जो ताम्र पात्र होता है उसमें पानी रखना है, और उस पानी में जब आप सूर्यदेव को पानी डालते हैं, वो सूर्यदेव की जो किरण है वो पानी के अंदर से आपके माथे के यहाँ पे आना चाहिए। तो तुलिप जी बोल रहे थे कि आंखों पे आना चाहिए, तो आना चाहिए क्योंकि आपकी माथा जो है वो सूर्यदेव की जो ऊर्जा है वहाँ उसको
absorb कर ले,
कैप्चर
और
करता है।
आज्ञा चक्र है,
आज्ञा चक्र
तो
को
आज्ञा
activate करने
चक्र
के
को
लिए।
एक्टिवेट करे। और एक और मॉडर्न चीज जो नई शुरू हुई है वो उसको बोलते हैं सन गेजिंग। मेरे एक फ्रेंड का बेटा करता था, तो वो मतलब आप इट्स ऑलमोस्ट लाइक त्राटक फ्रॉम योगा, आप सूर्य को देखे जा रहे हैं, बट आई फील
लेकिन सूर्य अगर बहुत पावरफुल हो गए हैं जैसे उदय ब्रह्मण्य रूपम तो ठीक है, मध्याह्न में तो महेश्वर में अगर मैं मध्याह्न के सूर्य को देख लूं मेरे आंखें जल जाएंगे।
बट आई थिंक ये इसलिए भी है, इट्स मोर गेजिंग भी जो है या लंबे समय तक देखना, इट्स एक्चुअली बिल्डिंग अ रिलेशनशिप विद हिम इन एनी वेज यू कैन बिल्ड दैट।
सो आई थिंक जो सूर्यदेव की 12 नाम है मैं उसको पढ़ता हूँ, शुरू करते हैं, हमारे सेशन में वो सब चीजें शुरू होना चाहिए। अच्छा, सूर्यदेव की 12 नाम किन किन को पता है? हाथ उठाइए। 12 नाम जो है जो हम सूर्य नमस्कार हैं, सबको पता है? अच्छा, मित्राय नमः, रवये नमः, सूर्याय नमः, भानवे नमः, खगाय नमः, पुषणे नमः, हिरण्यगर्भाय नमः, मारीचाय नमः, आदित्याय नमः, सवित्रे नमः, अर्काय नमः, भास्कराय नमः। तो ये जो 12 नाम है, ऐसे नाम भी 12 महीने के लिए एक एक नाम भी दिए जाते हैं। और जो सूर्य नमस्कार योग के साथ जोड़ा गया, तो इसीलिए सूर्य की जो एनर्जी है सालों भर की, उसको एक राउंड ऑफ सूर्य नमस्कार के द्वारा अपने शरीर में आप एंट्री करा सकते हैं, ऐसा योग प्रैक्टिसर्स का मानना है। सो सूर्य, अच्छा मैं अभी वापस आऊंगा, आप अभी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी बता रहे थे कि सूर्यदेव की पत्नी, मैं अभी ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि सूर्यदेव जब वैदिक गॉड होते हैं, क्या वहाँ उनकी शादी, उनकी बच्चे, उनकी परिवार के बारे में डिस्कशन होता है, या फिर जब सूर्यदेव पौराणिक गॉड बनते हैं तब उनके बारे में उनकी संध्या है और छाया है, शनिदेव हैं, यम हैं, यमुना हैं, उनकी पूरी फैमिली स्टोरी बनाया जाता है तो बनता है, तो वो थोड़ा उनके ऊपर थोड़ा आप आलोक रखिए। राइट।
सो वैदिक, हमारे वैदिक लिटरेचर में भी डेफिनेटली थोड़ी बहुत कहानियाँ हैं उनके फैमिली के बारे में, जैसे संजना, छाया और उनके बच्चों के बारे में, बट वो बहुत कम है बिकॉज हमारा जो वेद शास्त्र है वो मेनली हमारे नेचर गॉड्स को वर्शिप करता है, सो इट कॉन्सेंट्रेशन इज़ वेरी डिफरेंट। बट पुराणिक में ज़्यादा स्टोरी बेस्ड है, तो वहाँ पर सब इलेबोरेशन होता है स्टोरीज़ का, और वहाँ पर ज़्यादा स्टोरीज हैं। एंड एक स्टोरी जो मुझे किताब से बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग लगी, इनफैक्ट एक्चुअली देयर मेनी स्टोरीज, बट सूर्यदेव was not a very handsome guy, so he was in the modern sense of it.
Suryadev is the most handsome, resplendent, bright guy.
No, he was too bright. He was too bright, and his heat was too scorching, and everyone did not enjoy his heat and his light. So when he got married, the wife also was tortured. Of course, she was living in close proximity, so she would either close her eyes or she would, flutter her eyes because she just couldn't take his heat, and she was turning black. She was losing her color. Like, we, especially in India, I think we like fair skin. We don't like getting tanned. So even she was not enjoying that.
Maybe a post-British fetish about fair skin.
But this was, I think, before.
Jagannath is celebrated equally there, yes. And Kali is celebrated. Yeah.
So anyways,
राम कृष्ण जगन्नाथ, और
इसीलिए तो उन्होंने वो रंग लिया ना, क्योंकि उस रंग के लिए कि भाई ये काला भी सुंदर है। तो एनीवेज, तो वो उन्होंने डिसाइड किया कि चलो मैं भाग चलती हूँ, और इनफ इज इनफ, एंड आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू कैरी ऑन माय वाइफली ड्यूटीज एनी मोर, एंड आई एम गोइंग टू रन अवे।
तो उन्होंने सोचा कि मैं सूर्यदेव को डिवोर्स करती हूँ।
नहीं, डिवोर्स नहीं किया।
डिवोर्स नहीं किया, सेपरेशन हुआ।
Divorce was never a part of
Hindu culture.
marriage culture.
She decided to run away, take a sabbatical,
from the marriage duty.
From the marriage duties, think, pray that his radiance reduces, so that she can go back to him. So she went to her father's house. Now, in her father's house, Father was very worried कि भाई ये लड़की शादीशुदा घर आ गई है, you know, he's constantly nagging her, go back, go back, go back. So she said, oh my God, enough of this. She runs away, she becomes a mare, female horse, and she starts living in this meadow where she's very happy, and she's praying that her husband's radiance reduces and she can go back to him.
In the modern context, the husband's anger becomes subsided and narcissism goes down.
No, also feminism. She made her choice. She didn't want to be in
When
that.
you're a son, you're supposed to be a little bit narcissistic,
Huh?
maybe. When you're a son, you're supposed to be a little bit narcissistic.
So anyway, so the husband soon realizes, and he's very disturbed that, oh, my wife wasn't happy. I didn't even come to know. And he goes to his father-in-law and he says, "Ki ab main kya karu?" So the father-in-law, being Vishwakarma, the architect of the gods, says, "Don't worry. I can help you I can do a makeover for you, and it will make you look very handsome." So makeover existed in those days as well. And he says that
Was that plastic surgery?
I think it's kind of.
Okay.
So he says that, okay, I'll take you to this island. Are you ready for it? And Suryadev says, yes, please, anything to please my wife. And then he's taken on this island where Vishwakarma ji places him on this lathe. It's a gold rotating divine lathe, and he cuts out all the undesired radiance and the heat, and basically cuts out his parts to give him this beautiful, handsome shape. And all the gods pray to him at that time. And now with his new handsome look, he goes to his wife and he says that, am I looking handsome enough now? And she accepts him back. So this is one of my favorite stories. Also,
At least the husband tries to please the wife, and
yeah.
when especially the wife is disappointed and whatever, and then tries to make that amends. Yeah, it's a good
Yeah,
story
so I think
for today's husbands at least.
absolutely. And being a woman, definitely makes me feel good.
This definitely means that marriage should not make one thing that it's done. Like,
Yeah, and
that's
become
it, of wooing each other.
become complacent in it. You have to keep pleasing each other.
Thank,
So
thank you, Son God, giving that message to us.
And the other story that I really like to is about Yami and Yama, and they were twins. They were born to Suryadev and Sanjana, and once Yami asks Yam to copulate with her, and this story basically. So sometimes people find this story weird, and I was just asked recently that. Are you uncomfortable presenting this story, or what do you think people will react to it? So I said the main thing is that this sends a message. Today we know that marrying in the same bloodline या गोत्र जैसे हम बोलते हैं, उस सेम गोत्र में शादी करने मना करते हैं, क्योंकि बोलते हैं कि फ्यूचर जनरेशंस खराब हो जाएंगी, फ्यूचर जनरेशंस नहीं होंगी. And this thought goes back to the Vedic literature, where through this episode or this little story, Yam says, no, this is wrong, because if we do this today, generations to come will suffer. So one, it establishes him as Dharmraj, who is not just the god of death, but someone who makes sure that is a god of righteousness as well. We always forget, and we always only relate him to death, but he's also related to Dharm. And the secondly, that this kind of thought process and dialogue existed even below, before. Yeah.
I think today's medical science has observed that there is a sickle cell bimari hoti hai. Jab kind of some communities, in tribal communities also, where they marry their first cousins and like that, where there is a blood relationship. So the child has a potential to develop certain level of physical or mental
Absolutely.
potential deformities. And sickle cell बीमारी के बारे में बात हुई है, और ट्राइबल कुछ कम्युनिटीज में मिला है. बात आपने अच्छी बात रखी उस पर. धर्मराज जो यमराज हैं, और आपको पता होगा उनके जो सेक्रेटरी हैं चित्रगुप्त, वो गुप्त तरीके से चित्र उठा लेते हैं. तो आजकल की सीसीटीवी है ना, तो वर्ल्ड का सबसे बड़ा सीसीटीवी चित्रगुप्त जी के पास है.
उनके पास दो उनके मिनियंस बोल सकते हैं आप, हैं श्रवण और श्रवणी. वो घूमते रहते हैं,
सुनते रहते हैं.
वो आपका सिर्फ कर्म नहीं देखते हैं, वो आपके माइंड में क्या चल रहा है वो भी पकड़ लेते हैं.
The intention, basically.
The intention.
अरे बाप रे, वो तो लॉयर हैं, वो इंटेंशन के ऊपर बहुत जानते हैं कि अगर मैंने मर्डर किया, इंटेंशन था कि नहीं, मेंस रिया किया कि नहीं. तो चित्रगुप्त जी जो है वो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के वहाँ पुराने टाइम पे देख लेते थे कि क्या चल रहा है कहाँ पे, राइट. सो इट इज नॉट जस्ट एलन मस्क जो अभी डाल रहे हैं स्पेस लिंक, उससे पहले भी चित्रगुप्त लिंक था, right?
एकदम.
Right. So coming back to the story of Suryadev, see, you have talked about the Vedic conceptualization of Surya and the Puranic conceptualization of Surya. Suryadev having his own family and his so-called difficulty with the Sanidev and all that was there. How do you look at Surya in the astrological sense of Atma Karaka? Because anyone who understands, जो जहाँ ज्योतिष को कुछ लोग सीडो साइंस बोलते हैं, क्योंकि बोलते हैं उसमें एविडेंस नहीं है, मैथमेटिक्स नहीं है, ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है, चल बोलते हैं. लेकिन एस्ट्रोलॉजी ऐसा एक साइंस रहा है जिसको बहुत दिनों से कैलेंडर कह लीजिए, ग्रहण कह लीजिए, सूर्य पराग कह लीजिए, हमारे जो कैलेंडर के काम करने वाले लोग हैं, जितने ज्योतिषी हैं, बहुत दिनों से बिफोर दिस एंटायर सिस्टम ऑफ साइंटिफिक प्रेडिक्शन स्टार्टेड, दे स्टार्टेड डूइंग दिस. तो मेरा सवाल जानने का इच्छा, सवाल तो नहीं, जानने की इच्छा ये है कि एस्ट्रोलॉजी में, एस्ट्रोलॉजिकल साइंसेस में सूर्यदेव जी को कैसे देखा जाता है, और अगर सूर्य की साधना या सूर्यदेव की दशा रहती है तो उसके लिए क्या एस्ट्रोलॉजी प्रेडिक्ट करते हैं या उनको रेमेडी बताते हैं कि सूर्य साधना क्यों करना चाहिए या सूर्यदेव को प्रीत कैसे करना है, और उन जैसे सांब हैं वो आप पूछेंगे उसके
सर.
बाद.
एक्चुअली डू यू नो दैट मैम का बहुत इंटरेस्ट है एस्ट्रोलॉजी में. शी वाज टेलिंग मी दैट यस्टरडे आल्सो दैट एस्ट्रोलॉजी शी हैज अ लॉट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इन, एंड उनकी पहले जो प्रीवियस बुक्स भी थे उसमें भी आई हैड फाउंड सम ट्रेसेस अबाउट दैट, and her interviews also, in that also she was talking about that. तो ये एक बड़ा ही अच्छा एक्चुअली क्वेश्चन है मैम के लिए for her.
Over to you.
थैंक यू. तो मैंने एस्ट्रोलॉजी पढ़ी है 3-4 साल तक प्रॉपर इंस्टीट्यूट से.
आप सिर्फ पढ़े हैं या फिर कंसल्ट भी करा? मैंने हमको, हम पूछेंगे तो हम कंसल्टेशन
हाँ
भी दे सकते हैं.
आपको तो जरूर कंसल्ट करनी है.
सर आपकी शादी हो चुकी है.
शादी के लिए सिर्फ थोड़ी सूर्यदेव को प्रीत करना है.
बट
ना, एक ही शादी हुआ है, सूर्यदेव ने 2 शादी करा है.
दूसरी शादी उनकी मजबूरी थी, उनको पता नहीं था.
मेरा भी मजबूरी हो सकता है.
उन्होंने की नहीं, उन्होंने करी नहीं थी.
अच्छा.
तो सूर्यदेव, पहली बात तो एस्ट्रोलॉजी एस्ट्रोनॉमी बेस्ड है. जस्ट टू गिव यू नो, एवरीवन सेज एस्ट्रोलॉजी साइंस है, बट वो साइंस तभी तक है जब तक हम कुंडली बनाते हैं, क्योंकि वो हमें इंस्टीट्यूट में हाथ से बनाना भी सिखाते हैं. दो वी हैव एन ऐप नाउ वेयर आई जस्ट फीड इन the details and
date of birth, time of birth,
yeah,
place
and
of birth.
it's so easy, but it is heavily maths driven. Making a kundli, if you do it with your hand, जैसे हमारे पहले पंडित करते थे, और तो उसमें पूरा longitude, latitude of the place where you're born, everything is kept into consideration. Basically, it shows the sky what it looked like the day you were born, the time you were born, and the planets. And actually, if you have a planet finder, आप actually में देख सकते हैं sky में कि कौन से constellation में कौन सा प्लैनेट है, ग्रह नक्षत्र है. बहुत इजी है ये देखना आजकल. बट ऑफ कोर्स उसके बाद जो प्रेडिक्शंस हैं, दे आर एन एस्टिमेशन, दे आर अ रिसर्च बेस्ड ऑन थाउजेंड्स ऑफ कुंडली कि प्लैनेट्स कैसे रिएक्ट करते हैं व्हेन दे आर टुगेदर, व्हेन दे आर इन सर्टेन सिचुएशंस, व्हेन दे आर इन सर्टेन नक्षत्रास. हाउ दे रिएक्ट इज देन एक्चुअली like an estimation. But this estimation has not been made frivolously. हमारे पराशर ऋषि ने तो of course किया था, उसके बाद भी researchers keep working on it, because also पराशर ऋषि तो वेद व्यास जी के father थे, तो वो मतलब he was very that's years and years back. A lot of things that were not good at that time can be looked at differently now. So the way of looking at the same chart can vary. Now coming to Surya Dev in astrology. Surya Dev is considered to be the king of your horoscope, so very important. That's why he ensures, if you have a strong Surya, he ensures good relationships with father, with the government, because he's the king.
So anyone who wants to succeed in government services must go back to horoscope and see where the sun god is there.
So I'll give you an example. There are a lot of government IS officers and all from Bihar. एंड बिहार में तो गली कूचे में छोटे छोटे सूर्य मंदिर, छठ पूजा तो होती ही है. तो सूर्यदेव,
oh, here I found the reason why most Biharis crack IS because there is sun worship embedded into the system.
Absolutely.
So let's go back to Konark now. Over to you.
And so ये तो है ही. और फिर उसके बाद सूर्यदेव को आत्मा कारक माना जाता है कुंडली का. So he gives you that self confidence. Anyone who has a strong Surya will always be self-confident, will not have I mean, of course, the moon also is into consideration, but will not have, depression or things like that, because Surya gives you that confidence. And if you actually see it scientifically, uh, also Surya gives you that confidence, because many countries which don't receive sunlight for many months together, their cases in suicide are seen increasing, depression increases in people in those days. So he is actually scientifically also kind of raises your self-confidence, your feel-good quotient. And
From when you're talking about depression, treating depression and all, something which comes to my mind is the therapeutic value of sun worship, maybe. Because let me contextualize it a little bit more. Because we have the story of Samba, who is Krishna's son, and he was cursed by Durvasa Rishi or Krishna himself, maybe. Yes. So he comes to Mitravan, that is Chandrabhaga river, and he starts worshipping the sun god, and then he gets cured ultimately. So does it have a therapeutic value, and has that been addressed in any way in the book itself?
yes, so Surya Dev also ensures good health in every way. If you have a good, strong Surya, you will not fall sick that
So
often.
that is vitamin D.
So not just vitamin D is only for bones, but overall good health is also seen by a few planets, and one of the main ones is Suryadev, and definitely he cures Sam, and Sam becomes his bhakt, and then he, establishes many temples.
Yeah. Because he had mocked, I think, Durvasa Rishi's prayer towards Radha, or Krishna's prayer towards Radha, because
Yes.
of which he gets cursed.
Correct.
So it is also related to how feminine energy needs to be worshipped, and how it
Respected, if not-
respected.
So he
Respected.
definitely with he was cursed. One of the stories is about the Vasha Rishi, and then the other one is when he comes into the quarters when Krishna Bhagwan is with his wives, and he mocks at that time. So again, respect. So all our stories actually teach us something, like
The
this one,
boundary, the
the
respect,
boundaries,
the respect. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Another thing which comes from this is that Samba was he had leprosy.
Leprosy.
Leprosy. And leprosy was seen as an untouchability kind of a thing which revolves around it. And sun cures him. So does that have anything related to astrological significance as well? Because how you are avoiding something, any kind of negativity is coming to your life, whether we can adhere some kind of path which will lead to that particular thing.
So symbolically नहीं, in fact directly, जैसे मैंने बोला कि अगर सूर्य आपका strong है तो आपकी health issues नहीं होंगे. And also सूर्य can sometimes, so the things that a strong Surya can do is give you less hair, and it can give you some skin diseases also if it's malified in some ways.
Melasma kind of thing, right?
तो जैसे आपने बोला ना कि उनको leprosy थी, that's a skin disease, and a malified sun can give you skin disease. So it's actually directly related, in fact, not even symbolically.
Coming back to that medicinal therapeutical value of sun, I think medical science has improved and understood that vitamin D deficiency also leads to less calcium absorption.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So if my vitamin D is low, my calcium absorption will equally be low.
Absolutely, and then the bones become weak. So इसमें भी एक बहुत हमारे जो शास्त्र हैं वो एकदम टाई अप हो जाते हैं. हमारे शास्त्रों में बोलते हैं कि जो फादर से हमें बोन्स मिलते हैं एंड मदर से हमें फ्लैश मिलता है. So bones आप देख लीजिए, again connection with Suryadev, and he is the Atmakarak, he is the father of the Kundli, he is the king of the Kundli, so everything just ties up.
Right. So coming back to Ayurveda, I think there is a big tradition of sun being integrated into, as I'm building on what Professor Tulip Suman was telling, that the therapeutic leprosy treatment, vitamin D. In Ayurvedic tradition, sun is also central to several medicine making. They call it Surya Paka. So the medicine which is dried in the sunlight. So in your book or in your understanding of your engagement with Surya Deva, what kind of health benefits you can tell us, our young generation here, that Surya sadhana or worshipping or engaging with Surya. So sadhana is nothing but, if I put sadhana, people would say, oh, that's an ancient thing. If I say engagement, oh, okay, engagement, I can do that. So maybe let's put it in English. That makes our Gen Z much more comfortable. So how do we engage with Surya for today's generation who are vitamin D deficient at one level? Most of the girls I see, they are anemic at one level. Second, also, they have vitamin D deficiency.
I think the best way is start building a relationship with Suryadev.
How do I do that? How do
Yeah.
I date Suryadev?
You can date Suryadev in the morning, afternoon, noon by looking at him, you know. And if mantra appeals to you, you can do a shorter mantra. You can do just the Gayatri mantra, which is so easy.
How many of you know Gayatri Mantra? Anyone? Raise
I'm
your-
sure most of them know.
How many of you recite anyway? Anytime? Okay, do you
And
not recite?
Gayatri mantra is such an easy mantra because on the go also you can recite it, and it means that basically it is such a simple mantra which asks the divine to connect your intellect to
energy.
to the right knowledge about yourself, and the dhi basically that's your.
Can you
the
recite
self.
once for them? Gayatri Mantra, please.
Om
Everyone can recite with her.
तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो
Oh,
यो
yo
न
na
प्रचोदयात्.
prachodayat. Once more.
No, I think that. So I think something as simple as that, if you want to extend yourself, Aditya Hridayam is a good stotra. And I love telling this story about Aditya Hridayam. So I'm going to quickly tell you this now that we're talking about. So I feel that I have been asked this question that how do myths, they call it myths. We call it, I would rather call it stories. How do they connect the mantras and what is the correlation and all of that? So I feel because when I studied astrology, I realized that when people come to you, ask you for questions and ask for remedies, if you give them a backstory to it, then it really kind of connects them
Resonates with.
resonates, and they connect with the chant or with whatever upaya they've been given, because they can see a story happening behind it. So like we like to visualize things. So that's why I feel Gayatri Mantra ki I mean Aditya Hridayam ki story बहुत interesting है. I came across while reading the Valmiki Ramayana, and Ramji, it's the last scene of the battle, and Ramji is fighting Ravan, who's no ordinary opponent. You know, he was well adversed in the art of warfare. He was a Rakshas, so he could, fly somewhere and then hide and attack and do a lot of things which, as a human, Ramji did not have those kind of powers, and he was really challenged. A point came where he gave up totally in his body and mind, and was and that's when
It was tiring and exhausting
he
for
was
him.
tired and exhausted, and he could not see hope forward. And then suddenly the Saptarishis, so the Saptarishis and the Devtas were watching this war because it was a very important war of victory of
The live
Dharma.
telecast was watched by 7 rishis.
Absolutely, the live telecast. So Agastya Rishi from the Saptarishi constellation comes down, and he tells Ram कि तुम तो बहुत बाहु हो, you're very powerful and you are going to kill Ravan. Why are you even worried? All you need to do is just concentrate on Suryadev and chant the Aditya Hridayam 3 times. And then he goes on to explain the various qualities of Suryadev, which is so amazing, because if you actually delve into the meaning of that, you will realize how scientifically it is correct, like about his Rashmis, or his each ray which falls on the moon and then lightens it up. So we know that moon cannot light up without the sun's energy, and how we have the waning and the waxing of the moon, and all of that is explained, the seasons, how they are caused by the sun, everything is explained. And so, and then Ramji takes 3 times, he sips water, and he purifies himself, and then chants the Aditya Hridayam 3 times, and he's infused with this new energy in body and mind. And suddenly Suryadev, who's watching him from above, he realizes that ab samay aa gaya hai कि अब रावण की मृत्यु निश्चित है, and he says, Ram, jaldi karo.
So ma'am, from this thing, so I will just take 1 minute. So from this thing, I got reminded one thing that
Little louder, ma'am.
yeah, I got reminded of this one incident where I was asking Ayurvedic practitioner how I should consume water so that it will replenish me more and cure me of my diseases which are related to anything feminine, right? So he said to me that you should have moon charged water, and you should keep a brass utensil filled with water outside, and
Sometimes they call it silver utensil.
and it should get moon charge, and that will regulate your cycles, it will regulate your femininity. So that's something which is there across cultures, because as a little girl, I remember that I used to watch He-Man, right, as a cartoon, and he would say, by the power of the ray, and he will become He-Man. So we can see that from across cultures, we have been worshipping sun god. And in Odisha itself, we have Konark Mandir, Konark temple, and in Martanda Surya temple also we have there. So can we relate all of these to one continuity and anything which
The
is
universal continuity.
continuous, which is there?
Absolutely. So जैसे आपने
बंद हो, आप कह रहे हो कि बंद करें, आपने मैसेज दे दिया। अच्छा ठीक है, समझ गए, समझ, अभी 1 मिनट में खत्म कर रहे हैं।
तो आपने एकदम सही बोला। तो आपको क्योंकि जो प्रॉब्लम थी वो मून से कनेक्टेड थी, लिक्विड से कनेक्टेड थी, वाटर से कनेक्टेड थी, ब्लड रिलेटेड थी, इसीलिए आपको सिल्वर यूटेंसिल मून की एनर्जी के लिए बोला। और ऐसे ही अगर आपको सूर्य की एनर्जी चाहिए, देन यू कीप तांबा का वेसल में पानी बाहर एंड सूर्य रेज, एंड दैट विल बेसिकली, इट्स ऑलमोस्ट also like color therapy we do. This is again charging the same energy and then drinking it. And आपने दूसरा question पूछा
कि this is universal continuity of the sun also.
Is there a continuity across the cultures, across civilizations?
I think there is, because for my book launch I had the Hungarian cultural exchange ambassador from Hungary, who's stationed in Delhi, and she mentioned how in Hungary also, in their culture, they pray to the Surya Dev. So Surya Dev, I think, being the Pratyaksh Devta, someone you can see.
Direct
He is
and-
not someone that you can't see, so you don't know if he has a form or not. And also directly you can see the benefits of Surya Dev, like he gives you vitamin D. He gives, because of his light, we get photosynthesis in plants. Those plants we eat, animals eat, and then the whole food cycle happens because of Surya Dev. So there are multiple benefits that we can see directly, and probably that's why he was worshipped across cultures, across countries.
Thank you so much. We are at the end of the session. Thank you, Shalini Modi ji. Thank you, Professor Tillotson, for joining us here. Anyone has any observation, quick one for a minute? We will just wind up the session. The Eternal Sun, The Legacy of Surya Dev is the book by Shalini Modi ji from Rupa Publications. It actually is a fantastic contribution to Surya Sadhana, Surya worship, understanding Surya Dev located in different cultures in the Indian tradition, and how Lord Rama invoked an Aditya Hridayam appeared from Agastya, and from that too the story of Vedic, Puranic, and Ayurvedic and astrologic connections of Surya Deva. Please feel free to buy. Author is available for author copy and
So,
pictures
just
and
an add-
photosynthesis.
Just an add-on that, sorry, the books are already over at
Okay.
the book place, because I wanted to show you all how it looked. So you can probably order it
Google it, ma'am.
online.
They can Google it.
Yeah, they
The
can. They'll have
Amazon.
to order
Amazon.
it on there.
Amazon. So once the Amazon delivers it, we'll ask you a digital signature. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being
Thank
such
you,
a patient audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am and sir, for such a wonderful conversation. It was really delightful having you in the panel. And now I
Hopefully
would
every one of us going down to the outside the sun ray to get some vitamin D.
definitely, sir, definitely. And sir, I would request you to please felicitate ma'am for their presence in the festival. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful conversation. It was really delightful having you. And yeah, so the next session would be starting in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
I would request the guests to please settle down. We will be beginning this session shortly. Geography makes us neighbors, understanding makes us partners. Indeed, Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Namaskar, I am Aratrika Chaudhary, your host for this session, and I wholeheartedly welcome you all to Kalinga Fest 2026. Why India Matters, an Australian perspective, a session that looks beyond headlines and handshakes to examine why India occupies such a vital place in Australia's strategic imagination today. From economics to educations to geopolitics, climate, culture, and the Indo Pacific future, this conversation is about how two democracies, shaped by totally different histories, are learning to read the same global map with increasing attentiveness to one another. We are privileged to host Sir Philip Green, Australia's High Commissioner to India, and a seasoned diplomat whose career has been deeply engaged with international relations and strategic dialogue. His perspective offers us a front row view into how India is seen not just as a partner of the present, but as a pillar of the future, from diplomacy and trade to people ties. In conversation with him is Sir Satish Padmanabhan, a journalist with over 3 decades of experience across print, television, and digital media. Having worked with Business World, The Economic Times, the BBC, CNBC, and NDTV, and currently serving as the managing editor at Outlook, he brings sharp editorial insight and an instinct for asking the questions that cut through diplomacy to reveal the meaning. Please join me in welcoming them with warm applauses because this is not about why India matters to Australia, but about how global conversations are being reshaped from right here. Please, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, lean back and let the diplomacy play its game. Over to you, sir.
So much. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Kalinga Lit Fest, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Green, to be here. Philip Green, yeah, he's the most experienced Australian diplomat. He's served 5 terms as ambassador, as High Commissioner to various countries. Is that right? So it's a very, very senior person we have here, and who's seen, I think, almost the whole of the globe. He's served in most of the countries, and he knows the geopolitics, like at the back of his hand. So it's a privilege, sir, to talk to you and honor. Though I would like to start by congratulating him on Australia winning the Ashes. That too. And no, but Mr. Green, no contest there. it's, I mean, I wish it was slightly more, the matches were a little bit closer.
Well, thank you very much, Satish. Thank you for your warm welcome. It's great to be in conversation with you and wonderful to be back in Odisha and participating in this festival. Look, I think it was a good win by the Australian team back home in Australia, and we beat the English 4-1 in the recent series. That's a strong win, but there were moments of pressure for both sides. I think, frankly, what characterized the Australian team was their ability to build pressure when it really mattered.
Right,
the English had good sessions, they had good batsmen, they had good bowlers. But cricket is about building pressure and then turning that on the opposition at key moments. And I thought the Australian team did that better. At any rate, we look forward to the greater contest, which is that between Australia and India.
Yeah, and to come back to the more serious subject of what we are here for, and to talk about geopolitics in general in the world. Mr. Green, seen in the 60s, in the 70s, that there was some kind of a world order being placed, in the sense that there was talk of at that time how many thought that it was end of history, and after the World War II most things had got settled down. The various conflicts had been in some way or the other resolved. But now, when we wake up in the morning and look at the newspaper every day, I mean, there is some shock, some surprise, some wonderment about how this whole thing seems to be unraveling. What we had thought was, I'll come to the India-Australia bit a little bit, into the conversation. But since this is what we are all experiencing right now in news, so as a diplomat, as a person who's seen the world from inside out, from so many perspectives and so many sort of political prisms, what do you make of this? What do you make of this, this disruption that is taking place? It seems all over the world. The old axis are changing. New groupings are being formed. Some of the things that we thought were set in stone are being absolutely being disrupted. So what do you make of this?
Well, thank you. It's a really good question, and it comes at exactly the right time. I guess from my perspective, there is a thing called the rules-based international order, and there is also a thing which is the power exercised by the mighty in the world. And my view is that whatever period of global history you look at, you will find a balance and a shifting balance between those two. In some periods of global affairs, the power of the mighty is prominent. In other eras of global affairs, rules and norms and international law have been more prominent. So the way I see it is that for most of the period since World War II, as you put it, the rules-based international order has been growing. The power of the mighty has been there, but has been more in check. And we are now facing a moment where the power of the mighty is again ascendant. Now, that doesn't mean that the rules-based order is over. It may mean that it's changing. It certainly means that the power interrelationship between the two is different. And I think it's unarguable that raw power and the influence of the major countries of the world is greater now than it was 10 years ago. From the perspective of Australia, that is clearly an unfortunate development. We favour a world where rules and norms and law are in the ascendant. We're not silly enough to imagine that powerful countries won't seek to expand their power, and we're not silly enough to think that laws and norms operate in a way that cease the power of the mighty. The world's not like that. But we do think that a world in which rule and norm is more powerful is a better world for countries like mine, and I would argue better world for countries like yours. Certainly, the interests of the small and medium-sized powers, their ambition to be free of coercion and to be able to exercise their sovereignty as they wish, as a former Prime Minister of Singapore famously put it, the right to be themselves, that can only occur for small and medium-sized players if there are some checks on the power of the mighty. So for us, the current moment where we see some of the greater powers throwing their weight around in ways that we didn't see so much of 10, 20 years ago, this is an unfortunate development. We in Australia stand very much for the rules-based order, and that's why, if you don't mind, Satish, I'm pushing back slightly on the thought that the rules-based order is over. For us, these two things are in some sort of, you might say, dialectical engagement. And it's true that the power of the mighty is being more directly expressed now, but it's also true that the rules-based order, although it may be shifting, still exists, and we think there is plenty of good reason to seek to retain it and expand it where we get the opportunity to.
Do you sometimes, taking off from what you just said, do we sometimes feel that this rule-based order, it in many ways has been thrust upon us. It is not an organic, sort of a evolution that we saw. Now that we have a perspective of over 30, 40 years to look back after the World War II, I mean, do you sometimes feel that a lot of this was artificially thrust upon us, and the real fissures that are there between communities, that are there between countries, that are there between regions, you cannot really suppress it for long, and sooner or later those fissures can be exploited by by wily politicians.
Well, I think any sort of order is going to be contingent and is going to be based on the circumstances of the day. And there clearly are bits of the normative order which was set up after the Second World War which are imperfect. I mean, my country believes that it is not ideal that only 5 countries in the world have the right of veto in the United Nations Security Council. Clearly, a wider range of countries, and we put India in that group, a wider range of countries deserve to have a greater share of power, and the sort of the way in which the United Nations was set up reflects the moment immediately after the Second World War. So, we shouldn't pretend that we have ever thought that the rules-based order is perfect, and countries like mine have been seeking to expand it and, as we would see it, improve it. Another point that I think is really important here as we live and work in India is that, I mean, some of my Asian friends say to me, well, we have a rules-based order and that has some value, but it was set up by Western countries and it doesn't sufficiently have an Asian or a global South character. And, I think there's something to that. And so it's another reason why it's important that we don't fetishize the rules-based international order that we had as ideal. It always had elements of in it which could be perfected.
And it would differ from country to country, from region to region, right? I mean, as you said, this could be, I mean, this is a kind of a Western thought, doesn't work this side.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I think actually the vast majority of smaller countries in the world, wherever they come from, would prefer to have a normative order that protects them from the power of the mighty. I mean, that would be true in Latin America, that would be true in Asia, that would be true in Africa. They might, well, all of us, I guess, have a perspective on how an order might be better, but I think it's generally held amongst the small and medium-sized countries of the world that an order which protects and sustains the interests of the smaller countries is better than one that we don't have.
I agree. That's true. Absolutely. Mr. Green, the other question I had in mind, it's, the two countries, Australia and India, if you look at it, there is so much in common. We are these two great democracies. There are so many cultural affinities. There are, ethnic sort of relations that are so common between the countries. But yet, when from India, when you think about it, it's the 2 or 3 countries that we have in mind. Of course, the language, English being common there, but it's always been United States and UK to an extent, in whether it comes to studying, whether it comes to working, whether you want to get a degree. Australia has never been up there for Indians in their mind, whereas it's in terms of, like I said, so many cultural affinities, it's probably closer than America. Why do you think, and how is, one is, why is this, and how can this now maybe, and we were talking that it could be corrected?
Well, I don't think it's a big surprise. The United States is the most powerful country on earth and has been probably the most influential country on the planet since the Second World War, at least. The United Kingdom a very influential global power, and of course the former colonial influence here. So I mean, it's not surprising that those countries have had a bigger influence on India, as you say, than Australia has in over recent decades. I do think that, well, certainly from our perspective, we want to drive a closer relationship with India. And we want to be more engaged in India, and we would like India to be more engaged with us. And overwhelmingly, that is something that we have seen occurring over the last 5 or 10 years. So just to give you a couple of examples of that. So you mentioned students, and indeed in the past, the vast majority of Indian students, when they chose to be educated abroad, went to places like the UK or the US. For the first time ever, the surveys that we look at of Indian student interests, for the first time ever last year, the country that most Indian students most wanted to be engaged with was Australia.
Wow.
Now, I mean, I'll leave you to make your own
That's
calculations
fantastic.
as to why that might have happened. But
Yeah.
but that is changing. You know, we in Australia have also undertaken a different perspective in the last 5 or so years. You know, we've traditionally looked as our neighborhood being the island countries of the South Pacific and Southeast Asia, and we have had huge trading relations with North Asia, Japan, Korea, and more recently China. So if I look back over my diplomatic career, 30 years or so, it's to those countries we have mostly looked. From our perspective, India has now joined those countries. You know, we describe India as a top-tier security partner with Australia. You know, for instance, the number of military exercises that we do with India has tripled over the last 10 years. I think it's also true to say that, you know, Australia has built partnerships with a range of important countries since the Second World War: United States, Japan, Indonesia, the United Kingdom. But there is no relationship in our calculus that has risen so fast as our relationship with India has. So look, I think the answer to your question is that the world will always be the world, and countries like India and Indians will naturally look to great powers like the US and the UK, and maybe many others in the global south, Brazil, so on. But what we hope is that Indians will turn their attention a bit more to Australia as time goes on, and certainly when I engage with your ministers and when I engage with Prime Minister Modi, and indeed with the opposition figures, everybody seems to think that's a good idea.
That's great to know that in the recent 4-5 years, you know, that this shift that you're talking about looking at India more seriously, that's great to know. And so I mean, as a subsequent question, why is that happened? You know, what do you think, I mean, do you think are India's place in the world, you know, what we began by saying, talking about, you know, this the turmoil, you know, this upheaval, India's place in the world right now, how do you see that? How do you see India's influence in various other regions?
Oh, well, there's no question that India's global role is growing. No question about that. I work in a diplomatic framework in New Delhi, and you know, my country was relatively early in seeking to increase the velocity of our bilateral relations with India. But I see other countries doing likewise now. You know, I see, you know, we were the first country to do a modern style free trade agreement with India. And now the UK has one, now New Zealand has one, the EU hope to land one this year. But if I can just answer your question this way, to think about why is India important to Australia? There are 3 fundamental drivers. So the first thing is that in an Indo-Pacific region there are still tariffs on some Australian goods that enter India, although as a result of the free trade agreement, that's been reduced, and it's complex to calculate it, but something between 75 and 80% of tariffs on Australian goods entering India have been reduced or eliminated, which is very good. And that is definitely causing an increase in the trade between our two countries. So look, I know statistics are boring, but just let me give you this one. So over the last 5 years, India's exports to the world have grown by 40%. Sounds like quite a lot, right? Over the last 5 years, the amount of exports that India has sent to the world has grown by 40%. But over the last 5 years, India's exports to Australia have grown by 200%.
Wow.
Right? So Indian exporters, and of course that means economic activity, that means jobs for Indians, that has been growing 5 times as fast with Australia as it has with other countries. Now, that's the sort of impact that trade can bring. Now, I mean, you asked about investment. That's not so simple. And, you know, we are seeing greater investment by Australian firms in India, and two of the things that are very prominent are the establishment of global capability centres in India. Some of the top 50 Australian companies, many of them are now employing Indians to support their business. So about 35,000 Indians are employed in India directly for Australian firms. The other big drive on investment is in education. So your union government has now made it possible for what is called foreign branch campuses to open in India. And guess what? The first two foreign universities who opened campuses in India were Australian, Deakin University and University of Wollongong, and they're both operating in Gujarat. But since then, we've seen 5 other Australian universities being authorized to open campuses in India, and they're happening in a wide range of different places, from Chennai to Mumbai to Bangalore, and indeed to Delhi and the surrounding region. So none yet in Bhubaneswar, but that can come. So I think a free trade agreement does turn the heads of business people in both countries and say, maybe I should invest more in that country. And we're seeing some of that happen. But I have to say, it's not as striking as the trade figures are.
On the question of education, you know, a few years ago, there was this allegations of racism in Australia. You know, some Indian students were apparently, there was racial slur against them, and there was some little bit of violence too. So this is there in a lot of parents' mind, I think, about sending their children to Australia. I mean, do you think how's that got settled? Was that sort of an exaggerated, thing to say to begin with? And has the government, have you taken some sort of steps to, address that?
Well, that was a very unfortunate moment in our bilateral relationship. It's now some time ago. That's 15 years ago. I remember it. I remember it well. I was working in our Prime Minister's office at the time. And I don't think that was as well handled as it could have been in Australia, to be perfectly frank. But we've made a lot of changes since then, including a dedicated Australian Federal Police Task Force to deal with these sorts of problems. I would say this. I think there is crime and there is violence, and I think there is racism in every society on earth. I think my country has rather little of that compared to others. And Australia is certainly a very safe place, and it's a place where nationalities from all around the world live. So more than 50% of Australians either come from overseas themselves or have one or both parents who comes from overseas. So the migrant experience is a live experience in Australia, and what people, Indians and others who go to Australia, will find is an environment which is very multicultural. So that doesn't mean that we're free of racism, but I think it does create an environment where foreigners feel more welcome. So look, we will never be perfect, Satish, but we certainly warmly welcome Indian tourists and Indian students and Indian professionals to come and work, and more are coming. And I think we will not make the same mistakes that we made 15 years
That's
ago.
absolutely great to know, and I think it must be reassuring, to a lot of people here who want to, travel to Australia as tourists, as business people, as students, and as that it's a free and fair country, and if there are, any of these unfortunate incidents are there, then there are rules and in checks to take.
And a lot of Indians are taking advantage. So the visa office in my High Commission in Delhi is Australia's biggest visa office in the world.
Wow.
And last year, they issued 500,000 visas. If you put together tourists and students and people who are coming for work, it's a big number.
Good, that's great. Moving on to a little bit on the Quad. I mean, since you're such a senior diplomat, and I would like to hear your views on that. The grouping that is there about it's called Quad. How important it is, how effective it is, and with the United States maybe not showing that much interest in this area, in this grouping right now, does it get diluted?
Well, first of all, for us it's very important. So we think of this area, the Indo-Pacific, as being the most important area for Australia's economy and for our security. And so these 4 countries, which are the big democracies of our region, the United States, Japan, Australia, and India, standing together and saying that we believe that in sovereignty, we believe in an open and free sphere, we believe we stand against the coercion of smaller states. That's an important stance for us to make. And for us, as the world becomes more contested by the greater powers, as we see elements of the rules-based order fraying, then a formation like the Quad is more important than ever. Now, I'm going to push back slightly on you, Satish, on where we are with the Quad, because last year we had 2 meetings at foreign minister level on the Quad, both of them held in the United States. Secretary of State Rubio of the United States undertook his very first meeting after he was inaugurated of the Quad.
Okay.
I think I saw him in an interview the other day saying he was inaugurated and walked upstairs and met his Australian and Japanese and Indian counterparts as his first meeting. So, look, for us, this is a vitally important formation. And for us, India's part of it is particularly important. We're conscious there are stresses and strains in the bilateral relations between India and the United States at the moment. We look forward to those being resolved. And, even in this period where there is some friction, we have seen the Quad continue to have strong engagement at the Secretary of State level, and in the ordinary working groups that I participate in, month out, the level of fellow feeling is very strong.
Okay, I think we are coming to our end of the, but I just one last thing I wanted to ask. Australia is such a great sporting nation, and Odisha is a great sporting state in India, and it's sort of championing itself to be this crucible of new talent in hockey, in various athletics and cricket and so many other sports. So is sports going to be an important area too between Australia and India?
Well, yes, it's very much on my to-do list.
Okay.
So obviously, in some frameworks, sport between Australia and India has already got a huge amount of momentum. I mean, the cricket is the most obvious example, but you mentioned hockey, and Hockey Victoria is deeply engaged with the Hockey Federation of Odisha and is already doing great work here. But look, I think about it this way. Australia's one of the countries on the planet that has had the deepest engagement with major sporting events. We've already held 2 Olympic Games, and we will hold an Olympic Games in Brisbane in 2032. That'll be our 3rd. We've held 5 Commonwealth Games.
You know, I think, I don't want to be boastful about it, but, you know, you look at the medal tally at the last Olympics, Australia
Oh, yes.
was the 4th or 5th country in the medal tally.
And for a population so thin.
Yeah. So, and then you look at India and you see, here's a great country in the making, and one senses that the leadership of this country sees that one of the ways in which India's greatness will be performed is by hosting more major sporting events. And we see a new precinct being developed in Ahmedabad for that purpose. Now, I just think there's a very nice fit here between Australia, which has got a lot of expertise in hosting major sporting events, and a lot of expertise in developing high-performing talent, and India, which is on a journey to host more major sporting events and clearly wants to be more successful in major sporting events in the future. So, you know, this is something that we are earnestly working on, trying to make a stronger pillar of our bilateral partnership.
That's really great to know, and it's been a really good conversation. I really enjoyed this. I think we are sadly nearing the end of it. So yeah, we'll just open, I think, the house for some questions if people have. If the volunteers please could please circulate the mic. We can start with Mr. Dash here.
Thank you, Philip, for that elaborate and sharp response to how Australia looks at India. Someone who studied in Australia for 4 years was at the difficult time of when those attacks were happening. Someone who was defending the Australian government and culture, multiculturalism. I was working with the Indian community then, and I also worked with Madam Julia Gillard's office for 6 months as a community liaison officer. So working in the Indian community in Melbourne. So I regard Australia as my second home. I go each year at least once or twice. So that is one. Second quick pointer is here, the question, how do you see the bipartisan support for India has emerged? Because whether it is Liberal or Labour, who is ever in power, whether it was Prime Minister Tony Abbott or whether the current Prime Minister, all of them have looked at India as a trusted ally. That is one. Second query is that in the era of subnational diplomacy, how do you look at strengthening Australia-Odisha tie-ups?
No, you could, I think, let's go.
So I think you're right that bilateral relations between Australia and India are now bipartisan, enjoy very strong bipartisan support. And I saw that in the last government, you know, the former leader of the opposition from our Liberal Party, I mean, our Prime Minister made, I think, two visits here and enjoyed Prime Minister Modi's company in Australia once. Our leader of the opposition, who didn't travel very much, made a particular point of traveling to India. So I feel as though bilateral relations has never been particularly contested, but I do feel as though there's a new level of energy and support at both of the through both of the major parties. Look, Odisha is a state on which Australia hasn't yet painted much of the canvas. My visit here this few days is an opportunity for me to learn more and see what we can do. There clearly is a lot happening in the field of mining and mining services, because this is a field in which Australia has a great deal of strength. And you know, whenever I go to mining services conferences, there's always people from Odisha that we are meeting and engaging with. To be perfectly frank, I sometimes think about the future as India moves towards producing greener steel and might need liquid natural gas as opposed to coal to make steel. Your iron ore reserves are on the eastern side of the state, of the country. Our liquid natural gas reserves are on the western side of our state, of our country. If we can join those two up, we can be partners in the green steel journey as well. But sport, many other.
Thank you so much. As KLF is going to Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, we'd like to go to Melbourne as well, or to Australia, different places. Thank you.
So my question is from the perspective of a student, as you mentioned, nowadays students are showing interest in Australia to go abroad and study there in Australia. So do you think as sports, Major League Cricket has played any role in gaining interest for students to going to Australia, as we share a rivalry in BGT, as we all know? So
Is the question, has sports played a role in that?
yes, it is a sport.
Yes, it has, and that's a very good thing. I'm a cricket enthusiast myself, and it's very easy to move around this country because it's pretty easy to start a conversation about cricket, and that, I mean, that's not true for many countries of the world. Many ambassadors don't have that link. I guess for me, though, I don't want to be critical of that, but I want to add to it. So it's easy to start a conversation about cricket, but are we having enough conversations about the energy change that we need and green steel? Or are we having enough conversations about India's skilling needs and how Australian universities can engage with that? Or are we having enough conversations about the way in which lowered tariffs can give rise to greater business engagement? So look, I think Australia and India will always have the cricketing link, but my job is to add more links to that chain and to build a deeper partnership.
I think the lady here has a question.
Yes. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session. I'm only sorry I wasn't here to attend the first part of it. My question is, you said Australia is a very multicultural society. I believe you stated the statistics is about 50% where people are either migrant themselves or have one or both of their parents who have moved from elsewhere. And in that regard, Australia is a very welcoming society for foreign nationals. I am trying to put my question forth without sounding it as a point of contention, because it is really not. I'm genuinely curious and seek an honest answer.
Contention is okay. We can have a polite debate. That's a good thing.
Okay. I wanted to know whether Australia is a welcoming society for all foreign nationals or just white foreign nationals, because otherwise it just upholds white supremacy in the world again. Thank you.
Oh, well, so I think the answer is that we welcome people from any part of the world and from any race and any religion and any way in which they want to operate, as long as they can live in harmony with our democracy and with our ambition for a society that works with tolerance and respect for others. So can I just, I think you might be thinking that when I say more than 50% of Australians have a very recent migrant experience, that a lot of those people are from the United States or the United Kingdom or New Zealand. But it's not true. So the fastest growing migrant group in Australia is Indians. You know, the largest migrant group in Australia is people from China. So there are big populations from even Africa and Latin America and of course from other parts of Asia. So I wish there's a fabulous graphic which I will send to you if you give me your number, which shows the change in the character of migration into Australia and how what you say would have been true 30 years ago, but you see this graphic with the number of people from Asia in particular building very fast in the last
That would be very
10, 20
interesting to look at, yeah.
So you're saying equality among races who have moved from elsewhere is not just an aspiration, but it's actually manifesting into reality.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, it's a core part of our government narrative. Multiculturalism is a value which the vast majority of Australians would buy into. Are there people with a different perspective in Australia? Yes. Are they a small minority? Yes. So I'm trying to present an honest picture in a world which is real, where racism is a feature, I think, of every culture and society. But I feel as though I can honestly say that Australia is one of the most welcoming societies to people who are different to the majority. Hard to define the majority anymore, but Australia is one of the most welcoming societies to people who are not from the majority of any in the world.
Anybody
you.
else? We can move on. Yeah, there's a lady here.
Hello, sir. I am Professor Tulison, and I am a researcher and a student of geopolitics and foreign policy. So I was going through this new recent developments of renewable energy protection (REP) that 2024, which came between Australia and India. I see it as an extension of Quad's actions against China. What are your thoughts about it?
You know, we think about the Quad as being for things rather than against things. We think about the Quad as being for the interests of small and medium-sized countries. We think about the Quad as being for democracy. We think about the Quad as being for sovereignty. But I understand your question. Look, let me put it this way. We know that a feature of the modern world is that some supply chains, including renewable energy supply chains, are becoming too dominated by one or more countries. And we have an active policy of what we call diversification, which means that these supply chains give us the opportunity to engage with countries we trust, and that there are a wide range of suppliers. So, you know, do we want India to be a stronger player in the production of solar panels so that Australian individuals and companies have more choice? You bet we do. Do we want to create a supply chain of Australian critical minerals to feed into India's battery and EV manufacturing so that Australian consumers and consumers around the region, around the world have more choice? You bet we do. So you are right that in what our Prime Ministers did on the Renewable Energy Partnership, of course, we're trying to make our contribution to climate change action. And Australia and India are very well suited to do that because of our complementary strengths. But are we also trying to free up supply chains so that no one country or countries dominate supply chains and so that all can benefit from the best technology at the lowest price? You bet we are.
Thank you very much. That, you know, it was really a very candid and a very honest sort of conversation, I thought. You know, we've learned so much from you over the last hour or so. Thank you very much for that. And thank you very much, audience, for being this patient listening to it. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, as much as I know geopolitics is a very interesting topic, the debates will go on forever. And as much as it is a disrespect to ask a diplomat to stop talking, time is of essence. And it's unfortunate, it truly is. And I must close this session now before it continues into a prequel, a footnote, and probably a moderated caucus in the lobby itself. So on that note, thank you to our speakers for offering clarity and context. I would like to invite Mr. K.K. Das to felicitate Mr. Philip Green. So please. And also Rashmi sir, please. Sir, please. A huge round of applause, please. With that, we come to the end of the session. Guests, please remain seated. We will begin the next session shortly. Aratrika Chaudhary signing off.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, so very good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting the next session in next 1 to 2 minutes. Hello, hello. Yeah. So, dear guests and friends, we are thrilled to have the Hindu as our digital media partner for Kalinga Literary Festival. Visit their stall outside Mayfair Central Hall for massive discount on monthly subscription and grab a free eco-friendly tote bag. This offer is exclusive to Kalinga Literary Festival visitor. Don't miss out on the offer. Thank you. Yeah, so very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be beginning the next section with Mr. Hindal Sen Gupta and Mr. K.K. Dash. Yeah. So, across civilization, across centuries, and across culture, dance has never just been a part, it has been a moment. It has been prayer, it has been storytelling, it has been rebellion, it has been devotion. In India, especially dance was never meant only for the stage, it was meant for the cosmos. Today's session, Dance Like a God, invites us to step into the deeper idea of movement, where dance is not just performance, but philosophy, not spectacle, but sadhana, not just art, but a way of knowing the self. We are privileged to have with us Mr. Hindal Sen Gupta, historian, author, and cultural chronicler, whose work beautifully explores the civilization soul of India, where art, faith, and daily life flow into one another. He will be in conversation with Mr. K.K. Das, whose deep engagement with cultural ideas makes him the perfect guide for this journey into the meaning, memory, and spirit of Indian dance tradition. Together, we will explore a profound question: what happens when movement becomes meditation and the body becomes a bridge between the human and the divine? So, I would like you to please welcome Sir to the stage. Sir, please. So, the stage is yours. So, sir, I would request you please begin with the session. It is lovely having you here at KLF. So, yes, sir. Thank you so much for your presence, sir.
You can hear me, right? Yes, you can.
We'll start with Lord Krishna, Krishnaya Vasudevaya, Devaki Nandanaya cha, Nanda Gopakumaraya, Govindaya Namo Namah. कोई गेस कर सकते हैं ये मंत्र कहां से आता है? बहुत पॉपुलर मंत्र है। श्रीमद् भागवतम में माता कुंती स्तुति करते हैं कृष्ण जी से, और वो स्तुति कब करते हैं? जब युद्ध खत्म हो गया है और माधव, गोविंद, जो भी उनका नाम लीजिए, वो अभी द्वारका के तरफ प्रस्थान के मोड में है। युद्ध खत्म हो गया है, पांडवों का जीत हो गया है, कौरवों का हार हो गया है, धर्म का स्थापन हो गया है और कृष्ण जी वापस जा रहे हैं। ये भूमिका प्रस्तुत क्यों कर रहा हूं? मैं वापस जब आऊंगा हिंदोल जी से बात करूंगा, अभी उसको मैं प्रेजेंट करूंगा। कुंती जी ये कह रहे हैं कि हे गोविंद, मैं तुझे समझ नहीं पाया, और कृष्ण बोलते हैं कि तुझे कुछ माँ कुछ मांगना है, वो मौसी है उनके, कुछ मांगना है तो प्राकृत लीला में मौसी है उनके, तुझे मांगना है। कुंती बोलते क्या मांगू तेरे को, तू तो गोविंद है, तू तो सब कुछ है। फिर ऐसे मांगते हैं कि सबके रुआं जगते हैं। क्या मांगते हैं? कि मुझे दुख दे, मुझे आपदा दे, मुझे विपत्ति दे। वैसा क्यों? कृष्ण बोलते हैं तू ये क्या मांग रही मां? ना तूने जब जब विपत्ति आए तब तब तू मेरे साथ खड़ा रहा। मुझे संपत्ति नहीं विपत्ति चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे तू चाहिए। तो कुंती जी की स्तुति जो है वैष्णव शास्त्रों में पहले स्कंद में बहुत एग्जॉल्टेड तरीके से प्रेजेंट किया जाता है, और सारे वैष्णव कुंती माता को, कुंती देवी के तौर पे जो स्तुति है उसको बहुत प्रेम करते हैं। ये यहीं से शुरू इसलिए कर रहा हूं क्योंकि हमारे साथ जो साथी बैठे हैं आज डिस्कशन को आगे लेने के लिए, जो अभी उन्होंने किताब लिखा है वो कृष्ण भाव से परिपूर्ण होकर, दास भाव से, नृत्य गान, जितने तरह के भक्ति के भाव हैं वो सारे भावों को जो प्रेजेंट करके सारा विश्व में उसको आगे लेके गए श्रील प्रभुपाद, भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्रील भगुपाद, जो इसको लेके सामने सारा विश्व को गए। और वो तब जो शुरू किए, जो 70 साल के थे, 72 साल के थे जब उन्होंने शुरू किया, उन्होंने कृष्ण कॉन्शियसनेस, कृष्ण चैतन्य, कृष्ण चेतना को लेकर सारा विश्व में श्रवण, हम जिसे वेदांत बोलते हैं श्रवण मनन निधिध्यासनम, उसको नवदाह भक्ति में प्रेजेंट करके उन्होंने सारा विश्व को कृष्णमय किया। और हिंदुल सेनगुप्ता जो कि उसी कृष्ण भाव परंपरा में से आते हैं, और जो हमारे एक श्लोक है, कहते हैं कृष्णाय कृष्ण भक्ताय तद भक्ताय नमो नमः। तो हिंदोल जी, कृष्ण भक्त होने के लिए मैं आपको नमन करता हूँ। और वहीं से शुरू करते हैं कि आपने ये किताब क्यों लिखा और आज के समाज के लिए कृष्ण भक्ति में ऐसी प्रभुपाद जी के लेखन में, उनके जीवनी में ऐसा क्या मैसेज हमारे लिए है जो हमें उनको सुनना चाहिए। You can show the book to everyone.
No, the book is it's fine. I know.
This is his book.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
thank
much.
you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. आपने I'm always delighted to be in conversation with you. देखिए, आज तो बहुत बड़ा दिन है, हमारे धार्मिक प्रथा और धार्मिक संस्थापना का भी एक बहुत बड़ा दिन है। मैं जब और हम और आप जब यहाँ पे बोल रहे हैं, सोमनाथ में प्रधानमंत्री जी सोमनाथ का री-इनॉग्रेशन
18 साल के बाद
पुनर्उद्घाटन सोमनाथ में हो रहा है। मैं ये चाहता हूं कि ऐसा पुनर्उद्घाटन हर जगह हो। देखिए, मेरी पूरी जर्नी है, मैंने बीइंग हिंदू लिखा, मैंने बहुत सारे किताबों के बाद अब शीला प्रभुपाद जी के बारे में मैंने सिंग डांस एंड प्रे भी लिखा,
दूसरा
उसके
किताब।
पहले, हाँ, उसके पहले वाला प्रीक्वल जिसको कहते हैं अंग्रेजी में, फिर सीक्वल लिखा। ये पर्टिकुलर किताब के बारे में मैं पहले बोलना चाहूंगा। देखिए, मैं कोलंबिया बिजनेस स्कूल में जब पढ़ता था तब हमें सिखाया जाता था, तब हमें पढ़ाया जाता था एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कोर कोर्स कहते हैं उनको। वो कोर कोर्स होता था, उसका नाम था लीडरशिप के ऊपर, नेतृत्व, लीडरशिप के ऊपर कोर कोर्स होता था। तो बहुत अच्छा कोर्स था, बहुत अच्छे प्रोफेसर थे, बहुत डिटेल में लीडरशिप को हम एनालाइज करते थे। अमेरिकी आईवी लीग में उनका सिस्टम है, केस स्टडी मेथड मुझसे पढ़ाते हैं वो, तो वो केस स्टडी देते थे, वो हम सोचते थे लीडरशिप के बारे में। वो पढ़ते पढ़ते मुझे लगा कि ऐसा क्यों है कि एक भी उदाहरण लीडरशिप की हमारे विश्व की, हमारे तरफ की विश्व की नहीं है, ईस्ट से नहीं आता है।
बिल्कुल।
तो ये जो पश्चिमी सोच जो है और हमारी जो सोच है, ये हम कभी यूनाइट क्यों नहीं कर पाते लीडरशिप?
वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन, द गैप।
तो क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे हमारा जो सोच है, हमारे जो एग्जाम्पल्स हैं, हमारे जो लीडर्स हैं, उनको हमने कभी सराहा नहीं, हमने कभी उनसे लीडरशिप एग्जाम्पल्स निकाला ही नहीं,
उस दृष्टिकोण से नहीं देखा
उनको उस दृष्टिकोण से हमने देखा ही नहीं। शीला प्रभुपाद जी के बारे में बहुत लोग आध्यात्म के तरफ से जानते हैं उन्हें,
विशिष्ट आचार्य के तौर पे।
आचार्य हैं, इस्कॉन का स्थापना उन्होंने किया था, वो विश्व में पूरे विश्व में उन्होंने काम किया, अमेरिका में उनके कितने भी डिसाइपल बने वगैरह वगैरह। पर आप देखिए, 70 साल के थे शीला प्रभुपाद जब वो अमेरिका में पहली बार गए। उनके पास 40 रुपए था पॉकेट में और कुछ भगवत गीता का ट्रांसलेशन जिन्होंने वो खुद किया था। आज तो वो बहुत पॉपुलर ट्रांसलेशन है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी देते हैं अपने गेस्ट को भगवत गीता, द भगवत गीता एज इट इज, जैसा भगवत गीता है वैसा ही नामकरण है शीला प्रभुपाद जी के ट्रांसलेशन का और कमेंट्री का। तो बात ये है कि 70 साल की उम्र में गए, उसके बाद वो जीवित सिर्फ और 10 साल रहे। उस 10 सालों में उन्होंने 100 जगह, पृथ्वी के 100 जगह पे उन्होंने मेजर टेम्पल का स्थापना किया। कैसे किया? एक बूढ़े बुजुर्ग आदमी जो जिंदगी में कभी नॉर्थ इंडिया से बाहर भी नहीं गया, आप छोड़ दीजिए विश्व की बाहर जाने की तो बात छोड़ ही दीजिए, बंगाल और नॉर्थ इंडिया, वो वृंदावन गए थे, थोड़ा इस तरफ बनारस गए थे वगैरह वगैरह। नॉर्थ इंडिया के बाहर और ईस्ट इंडिया तो है ही थोड़ा सा, मतलब सादर्न इंडिया भी वो कभी नहीं गए। वो आदमी कैसे जाके 10 सालों में करोड़ों अरबों रुपए का ये पूरा मंदिर का स्थापना कैसे उन्होंने किया, इसका हम कभी कॉन्सेप्चुअली स्टडी नहीं करते हैं। हम कभी ये नहीं सोचते इसका फाइनेंस कैसे आया, इसका फाइनेंस डिप्लॉय कैसे हुआ, इसका मैनेजमेंट स्टाइल क्या था, इसके लिए ये जो मंदिर बनाया गया, इनके लिए जो मैनेजमेंट और लेबर दोनों कहां से आए। उन्होंने गवर्नमेंट रिलेशंस के लेवल पे सरकारों को कैसे कन्विंस किया कि आप मंदिर के लिए हमें जमीन दीजिए।
जो लैंड, लेबर एंड कैपिटल की बात हम हर वक्त इकोनॉमिक्स एंड मैनेजमेंट में करते हैं, यहाँ बात ना
कभी नहीं पूछते हैं कैसे किया उन्होंने। वो तो पाश्चात्य समाज के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं जानते थे,
तो वहां के थे भी नहीं,
वहां के थे भी नहीं,
जाके पहुंचे थे।
उनकी कल्चर के बारे में कुछ नहीं जानते थे। तो ये जो एक बहुत पावरफुल उदाहरण है लीडरशिप का, मैं चाहता था कि वो लीडरशिप का एग्जाम्पल सब कुछ हम सिर्फ अध्यात्म की तरफ से ना देखें। अध्यात्म है,
अध्यात्म हो सकता है इसका बेस है,
अध्यात्म कोर है,
कोर है,
बेस है, पर उसमें बहुत और चीजें भी है।
yes.
कैसे हुआ, कैसे बनाया गया। शीला प्रभुपाद जी के जितने भी लोग थे, करीबी लोग जिन्होंने अमेरिका में पहले उनके साथ काम किया, वो सारे अमरीकी थे। ऐसा कैसे हुआ एक मूर्ति पूजने वाला बुजुर्ग साधु,
थिन एंड फ्रेल, विदाउट मनी,
वो भी नहीं कोई अट्रैक्टिव कैरिस्मेटिक कैरेक्टर थे,
हाँ, नॉट इवन स्पीकिंग इंग्लिश इन द वे दैट मे बी समवन इन अमेरिका विल अंडरस्टैंड हिम।
तो वो जाके ये यंग युवा और युवतियों को कैसे उन्होंने अट्रैक्ट किया, उन्होंने कैसे उनके साथ काम किया, ये एक उदाहरण, विश्व में एक उदाहरण है
बहुत बड़ी।
अभी हाल ही में जो मेन अखाड़ा परिषद है, उन्होंने शीला प्रभुपाद जी को विश्व गुरु का टाइटल दिया है।
बिल्कुल।
और वो विश्व गुरु इसीलिए है, आप सोचिए बीटल्स में जॉर्ज हैरिसन उनके भक्त बने।
सही बात।
कहां बीटल्स, कहां एक वृंदावन का साधु
गेरुआ पहना हुआ,
क्या मीटिंग पॉइंट है उनमें
जी,
क्या मीटिंग पॉइंट है उनमें
जी।
ऐसा उन्होंने, ऐसा भक्त वो बने जॉर्ज हैरिसन कि महामंत्र का जो रिकॉर्ड निकला, जो भी ग्लोबल हिट हुआ, वो उसी स्टूडियो में, एबी रोड स्टूडियो में रिकॉर्ड हुआ, जिस स्टूडियो में मतलब आज भी बहुत, मतलब एबी रोड लोग देखने जाते हैं, जहाँ पे बीटल्स ने पूरा लेजेंडरी, वो एक एबी रोड के सामने एक रास्ता है, वो बीटल्स चल के जा रहे हैं, उसका एक फेमस फोटोग्राफ है। तो वहां पे जाके उन्होंने महामंत्र गा के रिकॉर्ड बना दिया। ये कैसे हो गया सब, किस लीडरशिप की पॉलिसीज के ऊपर ये बना। तो इसके ऊपर मैंने किताब लिखा है। देखिए हमारे जो अध्यात्म है और हमारे जो स्पिरिचुअल यूनिवर्स जो है, उसका अध्ययन हमने शुरू ही किया है। आज देखिए सवेरे, मैं अभी आने से पहले मैं किसी को मैसेज कर रहा था, मेरे एक बहुत ही करीब दोस्त है जो भुवनेश्वर के हैं और पली बड़ी है वो भुवनेश्वर की, और अभी सिंगापुर में रहते हैं। मैं उनको फोटो भेज रहा था क्योंकि आज सवेरे मैं बैतल द्योला मंदिर गया था। बहुत ही एक पावरफुल माँ चामुंडेश्वरी का, माँ चामुंडा का मंदिर है, लिंगराज मंदिर के पास में। और वो भुवनेश्वर में जो पली बड़ी है, वो मुझे कह रही है मैंने इसका कभी नाम ही नहीं सुना। तो हम हमारे संस्कृति के बारे में इतना कम जानते हैं, हम हमारे संस्कृति को इतना कम हमने मेंटेन किया है कि इसका तो कोई मतलब अंदाजा नहीं है। मैं आपसे कहता हूं कि हमने जितना आर्कियोलॉजिकल खुदाई, डिग कहते हैं अंग्रेजी में, खुदाई किया है ना, वो सिर्फ हमारे देश के इंपॉर्टेंट आर्कियोलॉजिकल स्पेसेस में हमने शायद 5 या 5% से कम हम डिग कर पाए। 95% अभी बाकी है। ऐसा 10 मिलियन, हमें पता है 10 मिलियन संस्कृत में और पाली और प्रकृत में मैन्यूस्क्रिप्ट्स है जिसका अभी हमने अध्ययन शुरू भी नहीं किया है, वो अनट्रांसलेटेड है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नेशनल मैन्यूस्क्रिप्ट मिशन का स्थापना किया।
यस,
एक पूरा मिशन बना है
बनाया,
क्योंकि 10 मिलियन आप समझिए,
1 करोड़,
उसमें क्या ज्ञान है, उसमें क्या तथ्य है, हमें पता ही नहीं। तो हम जो ये जो शुरुआत हुआ है, सिर्फ शुरुआत हुआ है, ये जो शुरुआत हुआ है हमारी संस्कृति के अध्ययन का, ये जिसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, ये एक ड्रॉप है,
टिप ऑफ द आइसबर्ग है,
टिप ऑफ द आइसबर्ग है, ड्रॉप इन द ओशन है। इसमें बहुत आगे हमें काम करना है। और मैं केएलएफ में मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बहुत यंग लोग होते हैं, हमसे भी बहुत ज्यादा यंग लोग होते हैं, कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं, स्कूल के स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं। क्योंकि देखिए हम सब तो, और सोचिए भगवान की कृपा रहा तो और 20 साल काम करेंगे, बहुत अच्छा रहा भगवान की कृपा और 30 साल काम करेंगे, पर अगला जो 50, 100, 200 साल जो काम होना है, उसका काम आप लोगों को करना है। ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन उसको आगे ले जाएगी।
मुझे लगता है इस बुक को वहीं लोकेट कर सकते हैं जहां आपकी पूरी एफर्ट ये रहा है कि इंडियन विजडम, नॉलेज सिस्टम एंड लिव्ड एक्सपीरियंस को शब्दों में उतारा जाए और नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के साथ एक संवाद प्रस्तुत किया जाए। लेट्स हैव ए डायलॉग। तो आप मुझे बताइए, अगर मैं एमबीए बच्चे को पढ़ा रहा हूँ, आप यहाँ पे लिखे हैं क्लियरली, सिंग, डांस एंड लीड लीडरशिप लेसन फ्रॉम द टीचिंग्स ऑफ श्रील प्रभुपाद, फाउंडर आचार्य इस्कन। तो फाउंडर आचार्य इस्कन तो अपने आप में लीडरशिप है ही, इंस्टीट्यूशन बिल्डिंग भी है उसमें मैनेजमेंट प्रिंसिपल्स भी हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप भी है, जिसको हम जीरो बजट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप आज कहते हैं। जो आपके पास कुछ भी नहीं पॉकेट में, फिर आप कैसे कोई अनुष्ठान को खड़ा कर सकते हैं? हाउ कैन यू बिल्ड एन इंस्टीट्यूशन व्हेन यू हैव नथिंग इन योर पॉकेट? सो परहैप्स वन ऑफ द बेस्ट एग्जांपल्स इज ही हिमसेल्फ, श्रील प्रभुपाद। नाउ while you wrote this book, did you build on your own lived experience as someone who is a Krishna conscious bhakta, devotee, and also someone who's followed Prabhupada for a long time, tried to understand what he has done, and also the management learning that you had in your own life as an academic, and also building that on that, how civilizational leadership can be built based on the philosophy of Krishna consciousness, and how he himself as a prophet, if I call him a prophet, showed that.
देखिए, मैं आपके पहले प्रश्न का उत्तर पहले देना चाहूंगा। आपने पूछा और आपने कहा कि वो खुद ही एक एग्जाम्पल है कि कुछ था नहीं, कैसे बना दिया। तो मैं एक कॉन्सेप्ट इससे एक कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ कनेक्ट करना चाहूंगा। मैंने किताब में भी किया है, पर आपको संक्षेप में बताना चाहूंगा। आजकल जितने भी युवा युवती हैं या मैनेजमेंट प्रिंसिपल्स है या बिजनेस स्कूल्स में है, वहां पे सिखाते हैं ऑथेंटिसिटी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
यस,
ऑथेंटिसिटी।
पहले बोलते थे फेक इट अंटिल यू मेक इट, पहले बोलते थे इतना फेंको कि
हाँ,
फेंको सच्चाई हो जाए।
नहीं, वो चला गया, वो जमाना
चला गया।
अब कहते हैं वैल्यू इज इन ऑथेंटिसिटी। आप जितना ऑथेंटिक आपका आप जो है वो है, वो आप अगर टेबल पे लाएंगे, इफ यू ब्रिंग ऑथेंटिसिटी टू द टेबल, हर कॉन्वर्सेशन में आपका जब ऑथेंटिक सेल्फ आप लाएंगे, उससे क्या होता है, लोगों में आपके ऊपर विश्वास बढ़ता है कि ये आदमी जो कह रहा है वो ऐसे फालतू बात नहीं कर रहा है, वो सच्चाई बोल रहा है। मुझे लगता है शीला प्रभुपाद was able to attract these young people to build his core movement in America because he was unabashedly authentic. क्यों मैं ये कह रहा हूं? शीला प्रभुपाद जी ने कभी उनको ऐसा कुछ नहीं कहा जो उनका जो विचार था, आध्यात्मिक विचार था, उससे परे हो और उसको तोड़ के हो। उन्होंने कभी नहीं कहा उनको कि तुम जैसे हो वैसे ही आ जाओ। उन्होंने कभी उनको नहीं कहा कि नहीं ठीक है, तुम नॉन वेजिटेरियन भी खाते हो तो चलेगा। उनके गौड़ीय वैष्णवाई ट्रेडिशन में था कि 3 मेन चीजें आपको करनी पड़ेगी कृष्ण भक्ति के लिए, उनके ट्रेडिशन में। एक है, आप कोई भी इंटॉक्सिकेंट नहीं छू सकते, कोई भी नशा ड्रग्स आप नहीं कर सकते। और वो ये कह रहे थे न्यूयॉर्क के हिपीज को जो सबसे नशेरी थे। उनको लग ही सकता था कि इनको मैं ये सब बोलूंगा ये तो भाग जाएंगे,
ये पागल आदमी कहाँ से आ गया, समथिंग लाइक दैट।
पर उन्होंने कभी ये नहीं किया,
कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं किया,
कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं किया। उन्होंने कहा आपको सच में कृष्ण भक्ति है। एक उन्होंने बोला उनको, जब भी आपको नशेली पदार्थ लगेगा, ये देखिए वो बहुत अच्छा खाना बनाते थे, ये देखिए मैं गुलाब जामुन, वो खूब अच्छा बहुत बढ़िया गुलाब जामुन बनाते थे। तो ऐसा ग्लास के डिब्बा में गुलाब जामुन भरा होता था और वो कहते थे जब भी तुम्हें लगे कि सिगरेट पीना है, कुछ शराब पीना है, तो मेरे पास आना एक गुलाब जामुन खाना। और वो इतना अच्छा बनाते थे, उसका टेस्ट इतना अच्छा था कि बहुत लोगों को अच्छा लगता था। अच्छा, उन्होंने कभी उनको नहीं बोला कि नहीं कोई नहीं, मूर्ति पूजा नहीं करने से भी चलेगा। उन्होंने हमेशा उनको बोला कि देखिए मेरे ये भगवान है, उनकी पूजा की एक पद्धति है। पहला जो इस्कॉन का सेंटर बना था वो एक गिफ्ट शॉप हुआ करता था न्यूयॉर्क में।
अच्छा, ऐसे हम सुनते हैं कि कोई गैराज में
गिफ्ट शॉप
वो रहे थे, जो गैराज में रहे थे।
नहीं, गैराज में नहीं, वो किसके घर रह रहे
हाँ।
थे, फिर वो एक बिल्डिंग में,
हाँ,
एक ऑफिस बिल्डिंग में उनको एक रूम दिया था, तो वहां रहते थे। फिर वो एक गिफ्ट शॉप था जिनको उन्होंने भाड़े में लिया था, उनको फिर उस गिफ्ट शॉप को उन्होंने फिर रेनोवेट किया, कन्वर्ट किया। वहां पे पहले मूर्ति का स्थापना हुआ, विग्रह का स्थापना हुआ, पहले डेटी का पहले स्थापना हुआ। तो इन्होंने कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया? मैं आज लोगों को बोलता हूं, बताइए उन दिनों शीला प्रभुपाद जी ने सैन फ्रांसिस्को लॉस एंजलिस के रास्तों पे रथ यात्रा कर दिया,
हरे नाम हरे कृष्ण बोल के।
बताइए इंडिया में भुवनेश्वर छोड़ के ऐसे बड़ा रथ यात्रा किसी शहर में नहीं हुआ।
पूरी छोड़ के, हाँ।
पूरी छोड़ के,
हाँ।
पूरी छोड़ पे, उड़ीसा छोड़ के, सॉरी उड़ीसा छोड़ के, पूरी छोड़ के कभी नहीं हुआ। सैन फ्रांसिस्को में रथ यात्रा करवा दिया उन्होंने। तो मुझे लगा और मैं सोचा कि आप सोचिए, जो जब वो पुलिस से परमिशन लेने गए होंगे तो उन पुलिस वालों को क्या लगा होगा कि ये क्या बोल रहे हैं,
ये कौन कर क्या रहा
है कौन और ये क्या बोल रहे हैं। पर हुआ, पूरा शहर, आप वीडियोस अभी भी अवेलेबल है, तब तो हाल ही में टीवी आया था तो उनके वीडियोस पुराने अभी भी आप देख सकते हैं। एलए के शहर, पूरा शहर रास्ता बंद हो गया है, रथ यात्रा हो रहा है, करोड़ों लोग आ गए हैं और वहां पे वो हरे रामा हरे कृष्णा करके नाच रहे हैं। एक वृंदावन के साधु हैं, वो उस दिन कह रहे थे कि आप सोचिए जिन व्यक्तियों को शीला प्रभुपाद जी ये कह रहे थे उनका तो भारतीय आध्यात्म के साथ कोई कनेक्शन नहीं था, उनको संस्कार, जो भारतीय संस्कार है उनको कुछ पता नहीं था, हिंदू संस्कार जो है आध्यात्म है उनके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता था। पर फिर भी प्रभु की लीला देखिए, हरे राम हरे कृष्ण नाम लेके उनको नचवा दिया और करोड़ों लोग नाचने लगे। तो ये जो लीडरशिप है,
क्या आप इसे मैं थोड़ा सा, सॉरी फॉर इंटरप्शन,
नहीं एक चीज मैं
बोल।
देखिए ऐसा नहीं कि कभी कभी लोग सोचते हैं वो ऐसे हो गया, ऐसा नहीं, प्रॉब्लम बहुत हुआ। उन्होंने अपने डिसाइपल्स को बोला, उनके जो शिष्य थे उनको बोला मंदिर के लिए बनाने का पैसा लो, कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर पैसा लेके भाग गया, कोई जमीन उन्होंने वो लेने वाले थे, उनके लिए पैसा उन्होंने बहुत कष्ट करके जमा किया था, वो जो जमीन बेचने वाले थे वो पैसा लेके फिर उनको नहीं दे रहे थे क्योंकि उन्होंने लगा ये तो बुजुर्ग भारत से आया, ये क्या ही कर लेगा,
ये क्या कर लेंगे।
ये बहुत हुआ उनके।
अच्छा, क्या वीसा मिला होगा, H1B तो नहीं हुआ प्रभुपाद।
अच्छा, वीसा पहले उनको वीसा एक्सटेंड नहीं हो पा रहा था, फाइनली कैसे हुआ, एलन गिन्सबर्ग करके उन जमाने में बहुत बड़े लेखक और कवि थे, बीटनिक एलन गिन्सबर्ग, वो उनके शिष्य बने। एलन गिन्सबर्ग ने फिर सरकार को लिखा कि ये एक बहुत अच्छे आदमी है, स्वामी है, उनका प्लीज जरा वीजा आप एक्सटेंड करवा दीजिए। तो ये एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग लीडरशिप, एक मैंने बहुत, और आगे जाके भी मैं बताऊंगा, जैसे एक मैंने चैप्टर लिखा है द प्रभु प्रिंसिपल, उसके बाद हम आएंगे। हाँ,
तो मैं यही कह रहा था, एक्चुअली उस पर आपने आंसर किया, क्योंकि मैजिकल ऐसे लगता है कि कोई, जैसे कृष्ण खड़े होते हैं महाभारत में और युद्ध पांडव जीत जाते हैं, तो इसे मैजिकल, तो जैसे कृष्ण को दुर्योधन बांधने की कोशिश करते हैं, वो बांध नहीं पाते, तो ही इज द परमेश्वर है। तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ऐसे 72 साल में इतने सारे कंस्ट्रेंट के साथ एक ऋषि भाव में, मुनि भाव में, कृष्ण भाव में, दया भाव में, शरणागति के भाव में कोई इंसान पहुंचता है, और इतने सारे स्ट्रगल को देखकर 100 से ज्यादा अनुष्ठान खड़ा करते हैं। मैं टेम्पल को अनुष्ठान बोलूंगा और कृष्ण चेतना के केंद्र बोलूंगा। कृष्ण चेतना के केंद्र खड़ा करते हैं। तो ये जितने स्ट्रगल्स हुए वो हैंडल कैसे किए, वो उस पर आप आइए, उसमें से थोड़ा हम क्या मैनेजमेंट प्रिंसिपल ले सकते हैं।
एक छोटा सा मैं कम्युनिकेशन का उदाहरण दूंगा। शीला प्रभुपाद उस उम्र में, देखिए 70 साल में तो इंडिया में तो आदमी रिटायर करके सोचता है गोल्फ खेलेंगे, सोएंगे वगैरह वगैरह,
संन्यास वानप्रस्थान बोध है ना,
टोटल
छोड़ो।
तो उस उम्र में वो पूरा दिन घूमते थे, यहाँ पे कार्यक्रम, वहां पे कार्यक्रम, वहां पे कार्यक्रम। फिर जब शाम को बैठते थे वो चिट्ठी लिखते थे। शीला प्रभुपाद जी ने लाखों चिट्ठियां लिखी। तब तो मोबाइल फोन भी नहीं था, कंप्यूटर भी नहीं था, ईमेल भी नहीं था, तो वो चिट्ठी का जवाब देते हैं। और उनके पास उनके शिष्य पूरे विश्व से उनको चिट्ठी लिखते हैं, और छोटी सी छोटी चीज के बारे में। हमने यहाँ पे एक मंदिर स्थापना हम कर रहे हैं, पता नहीं कहाँ से, गाना से चिट्ठी आया, अफ्रीका से, हम मंदिर स्थापना कर रहे हैं, हमें थोड़ा ये प्रॉब्लम हुआ है, यहाँ पे बिल्डिंग ऐसे, तो किसी ने बोला है ऐसे बिल्डिंग बनाओ, आपको क्या लगता है? शीला प्रभुपाद बैठ के न्यूयॉर्क में बैठ के लिख रहे हैं कि नहीं नहीं, बिल्डिंग तुम ऐसे बनाओ, और ऐसे हमारे शास्त्रों में ये लिखा है, ये वैसे बनाओ। कोई कहता है नहीं, हमें यहाँ पे ना वेजिटेरियन फूड नहीं मिल रहा है, तो हम क्या खाएं? शीला प्रभुपाद जी फिर बता रहे हैं, मैंने पढ़ा है कि वहां पे ये मिलता है, तो ये खाना। कोई लिख रहा है, आपने जो खिचड़ी बनाने का दिखाया था हमें, मैं तो भूल गया हूँ, तो यहाँ पे तो
रेसिपी
नहीं बन पा रहा है, वो सूख जा रहा है, कैसे करें? वो फिर से रेसिपी लिख के दे रहे हैं, नहीं एक्चुअली खिचड़ी में तुमने पानी कम दिया था, वो थोड़ा ज्यादा पानी डालो तो वो बन जाएगा।
फैंटास्टिक।
अच्छा, हर पैसे का हिसाब, हर जहां जाते थे कोई डोनेशन होता था ना, जो जितना दे सकता है, $5, $2, $5 भी, मैंने कभी कभी तो $1, 50 सेंट, खुद वो हिसाब रखते थे। मैंने वहां गया, हम गए वहां पे, हमारा आया $7.5, ठीक है, और वो खुद ही लिख रहे हैं, इस $7.5 से हम थोड़ा अगरबत्ती खरीद पाएंगे, और थोड़ा चावल की जरूरत है, वो चावल खरीद पाएंगे, और हम 50 पैसे, मतलब 50 सेंट रख देंगे हमारा डिपॉजिट में। आज इस्कॉन को देख के लगता है वाह कितना पैसा है, कितनी बड़ी मंदिरें हैं पूरे विश्व में, पर आप चिट्ठी पढ़िएगा, उन लोगों के पास खाने के पैसे नहीं हुआ करता था।
खुद प्रभुपाद जी दिक्कत में रहे थे बहुत
दिन में एक बार खाते थे। वो जो खिचड़ी बनाते थे ना, वो ज्यादा करके बन जाता था कि दिन भर वही खा लो। तो ये जो, मतलब मैं कह रहा हूं मैक्रो से माइक्रो तक, ये जो एक फ्रेमवर्क है। अच्छा, शीला प्रभुपाद जी का जब उन्होंने लगा कि वो अब शरीर छोड़ देंगे, उन्होंने कहा कि मैं एक व्यक्ति नहीं, मैं एक पूरा ग्रुप, बोर्ड बनाऊंगा जो इस्कॉन को मैनेज करे। यस, तो ये जो बहुत चीजें हैं, एक के बाद एक, मैंने एक जगह दिखाया है कि किताब में एक फेमस मैनेजमेंट प्रिंसिपल है जिसको कहते हैं सर्वेंट लीडरशिप।
आप उसके ऊपर थोड़ा बताइए।
हाँ,
प्रभु के ऊपर आप कुछ लिखें।
लीडरशिप, ऐसे लीडरशिप है उसमें कि सर्वेंट लीडरशिप। सर्वेंट लीडरशिप का मतलब क्या होता है? अमेरिकन प्रिंसिपल है ये, कि जैसे भी आपके पास जो भी लोग हैं, आप एक सर्विस के जैसे आप उनको सर्व कर रहे हो, ऐसे मनोभावना से आप जाओगे।
डिक्टेट नहीं कर रहे हो। पहले मैनेजरियल रोल था, डिक्टेट ये करो ये करो ये करो,
तो सर्विस के भाव से जाओ। वो पढ़ के मुझे लगा गौड़ीय वैष्णवाइट प्रिंसिपल में तो ये 500 साल से है।
चैतन्य जी से,
श्री चैतन्य कहते थे कि आप शरणागति के बिना तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता।
तृणादपि सुनिचिना,
हमेशा
तरुणपि सहिष्णुता, अमानी माने तो हरि,
शरणागति आपको दिखाना ही पड़ेगा। कृष्ण कहते हैं भगवत गीता में, सर्वधर्म परित्याज्य माम एकम शरणाव्रज। ये शरणाव्रज जब तक नहीं होगा, ये शरणागति जब तक नहीं होगा, तब तक आपका नहीं हो सकता। और मैंने दिखाया है कि गौड़ीय वैष्णवाइट प्रिंसिपल्स कैसे इसको, ये सर्वेंट लीडरशिप को और भी आगे ले जाते हैं, ये कॉन्सेप्ट को
एक्सॉल्टेड प्रैक्टिस में कैसे
डालते हैं और हायर प्रिंसिपल कैसे बनाते हैं। तो ऐसे मैंने बहुत मैनेजमेंट प्रिंसिपल्स के साथ कंपेयर किया है, उनके लीडरशिप आइडियाज को वगैरह वगैरह। तो होपफुली, और ये एक्चुअली ज्यादातर इंटरेस्टिंगली ज्यादातर डिमांड इस किताब का, ये भी नेशनल बेस्ट सेलर हुआ है, ज्यादातर डिमांड इस किताब का, थैंक यू सो मच, ज्यादातर डिमांड इस किताब का मैनेजमेंट स्कूल से ही आ रहा है,
एमबीए बच्चों। मैं अभी थोड़ा डेविल्स एडवोकेट और बनना चाहता हूँ
जी।
इस्कन को एस्टेब्लिश करते हुए और सभी बोर्ड को इकट्ठा करते हुए सारा विश्व में, हमारे अभी हमने देखा कोई केस चल रहा था इस्कन के दो बोर्ड्स के बीच में, एक मुंबई एक बैंगलोर। तो बाद में जब प्रभुपाद जी खुद स्व शरीर में थे, वो तो एक्सल्टेड प्रॉफिट है, उनके प्रेजेंस ही इतना था पावरफुल, क्योंकि उन्होंने बिल्ड करके खड़ा किया था। उस टाइम पे कोई कंट्रोवर्सी नहीं था, इट वाज ओनली पीपल लुकिंग अप टू हिम। आल्सो टुडे, बिकॉज प्रभुपाद्स ओनली विग्रह, ही इज आल्सो आचार्य एंड गुरु, so looking at him also everyone comes together because he is the one who has created the system. तो अभी भी सिस्टम के अंदर जो दिक्कतें रहते हैं, कुछ लोग वैष्णव भाव से ट्रेंड हैं लेकिन फिर भी वो कोर्ट के पास पहुंचते हैं, लीगल सिस्टम के पास पहुंचते हैं कि हमें समाधान दीजिए। तो ये जो चैलेंजेस अभी हम प्रेजेंट डे में फेस कर रहे हैं, तो हाउ डू यू सी?
नहीं, वो पहले भी था, ये श्रीला प्रभुपाद जी के निधन के बाद भी काफी इस्कॉन को प्रॉब्लम्स आए, पॉलिटिकल प्रॉब्लम्स आए, देखिए मैनेजमेंट प्रॉब्लम्स आए। मैं ये इसको दो तरीके से देखता हूँ। पहला तो देखिए, जब भी कोई आचार्य जाते हैं, उनका एक प्रोफाउंड इम्पैक्ट होता है,
बिल्कुल,
और उनके लीडरशिप जब चला जाता है, कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स तो अराइज करता है। हाँ, दैट्स नंबर वन।
हाँ जी।
नंबर टू, ये जितने भी उनके शिष्य थे, स्पेशली अमेरिकन शिष्य, इनको सिर्फ 10 साल मिला था उनके साथ, और 10 साल में भी वो बहुत ट्रैवल करते थे। मुझे लगता है कि उनको और समय चाहिए था पूरे एक आध्यात्म लेवल पे आने के,
इंटरनलाइजेशन ऑफ द एंटायर प्रोसेस।
ऐसा नहीं कि सब वैसे थे, बहुत अच्छे लोग भी थे, बट कुछ लोग ऐसे
भी
थे, उनका कुछ लोग ऐसे थे कि उनको थोड़ा सा और समय चाहिए था शायद एक लेवल पर पहुंचने के लिए। और देखिए, एक मूवमेंट जब बड़ा बनता है, उसमें कुछ लोग तो प्रॉब्लमैटिक होंगे ही,
हाँ,
ऑब्वियसली, हर जगह, हर मूवमेंट में।
कृष्ण कहते हैं ना, चतुर्विधाम भजन्ति माम,
ऑलवेज इन एवरी प्रोसेस कभी तो आपको थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम होगा, बट मुझे लगता है दैट इस्कॉन हैज सर्वाइव्ड फॉर सो मेनी इयर्स। बहुत ऐसे मूवमेंट है जो बंद हो गए गुरु के जाने के बाद,
गुरु के जाने के बाद
बहुत ऐसे हैं कि वो बंद हो गए, पर इस्कॉन इज फ्लरिशिंग,
continues to
flourish
and create new institution of Krishna Chaitanya.
And even if there are two boards which have some legal issues which they've sorted out now in the court, each board is now growing, both of them are doing great.
Yes,
right? So that in itself I think is amazing. Resilience itself is a great marker of success.
Yes,
that you have been able to exist.
Now coming back to that, do you think while reading Prabhupada ji's life, what kind of conflict resolution mechanism that we get, which can be first internally applied, maybe externally applied as well?
Yes. I think the first conflict resolution mechanism is an internal mechanism. If you feel that you are doing for yourself, then ego will come in. And there is a big push by Srila Prabhupada to say that whatever you're doing in his movement especially, and in general in life also, you're really doing in service to the Lord.
Yeah.
If you have that perspective, and it's a reminder, it's almost like a muscle, right? You have to keep reminding yourself that this is true. Because we are all vain, we are all ego-oriented, we are all frail and fragile human beings, right? But you have to keep reminding yourself that this is true. If you're able to do that, then there is, your ego will exit from the mechanism, so to speak. And the other thing is process. I just feel that today, for instance, I am very impressed with, ISKCON Bangalore runs Akshay Patra. They have delivered 5 billion meals. It's amazing that you have delivered 5 billion meals. How did you even do it?
Yes.
Right? 5 billion meals is incredible by any stretch of imagination. Right? How did you even build 5 billion? So, what kind of processes has been required to deliver that entire project? Right? The meticulousness that has delivered that project, which I find is very interesting.
I think in that meticulousness, it is not just the Western quality management TQM framework, but I think Krishna.
So here I say more than TQM, TBM is better. Total Bhakti management.
Right. So I think I was coming to that. So Krishna consciousness and service becomes central to TQM in what Akshay Patra has been able to do. One of the world's largest Annadanam
Midday meals,
Annadanam Seva. So they call it Annadana Seva. Now coming back to next level question, another devil's advocate question. See, everyone who is looking at Sanatana Dharma and Vaishnava philosophy of Bhakti have accused Vaishnavas that Vaishnavas have made people pacifist, question number one. And Prataparudra Deva, who was the king during Chaitanya Deva, after Chaitanya Deva arrives in Puri, Sri Kshetra, Prataparudra Deva accepts his tutelage and declares himself as a Vaishnava and doesn't focus, it is the kind of historically mentioned, doesn't focus on building a robust army and focuses on Krishna Bhakti and says, my exists anyway. The Gajapatis were always Sevaka Prathama Sevaka of Jagannatha. And Chaitanya Deva perhaps provides the software of Bhakti. So that is one observation, that Prataparudra Deva was the responsible person for the downfall of Gajapati kingdom. That is one observation. Observation two, that with the Bhakti movement, people are made to be pacifists, submitting and surrendering to the love of God without fighting for their rights, especially when they have been put into difficult times of conversion, persecution, and standing for what is right or protecting what they believe is their tradition and culture.
I want to take some contemporary examples
the last
to show how this is untrue. Today in India in 2026, the Indian economy, if we were to talk about two most prominent entrepreneurs of scale in the country, it so happens that both of them are Krishna Bhakts. The Reliance family has old ties with Srinathji.
Yep. Yes.
The Adani family also is a deeply Krishna Bhakt family. So I think this entire idea, by the way, even as I speak, I'm looking at Jindal there. Naveen Jindal, who founded the O.P. Jindal Global University, where I work, has donated liberally to the ISKCON movement. And there are a lot of examples of other entrepreneurs who are Krishna Bhakts. I think there may have been one or two examples, like the example that you're citing. Certainly, in the Bhagavad Gita, there is no question that Krishna is telling you to be passive. Quite on the opposite. He's telling Arjun to fight.
Absolutely.
He's telling he's telling Arjun to fight.
Yeah.
He's asking Arjun to fight. So this is a misunderstanding.
Right.
This is a misunderstanding, and this is an extrapolation from one or two incidents.
And also some of the Shakta Parampara and Saiva Parampara people who are practitioners, they say that by making people vegetarian, we have made our people weak in physical health and that is why the people
See,
who
I
were
want to
fighting.
also say that, 5,000 years have gone by of our civilization. It is, even in 2026, we are saying, oh, Shakta is saying this, and, Shaivite is saying this, and whatever. This is how the Hindus were divided.
Yes.
This is how, for 1,000 years, we were kept between or under foreign yoke. This is why we could not stop invasions.
Yes.
We should stop this.
Yes.
It is time we should stop this. Hinduism is uniquely open-minded as a faith. It allows, as many of our gurus have said in different ways, but I am Bengali, so one of the very simple and contemporary examples that I can think of is Sri Ramakrishna, who said, "Joto mot toto pot." As many as there are ways, there are paths to God. Hinduism is uniquely placed to be cosmopolitan because it is able to accommodate many, many beliefs. But in 2026, if some people are still fighting between Shaivite and Shakta and whatever, we are pushing our country towards downfall once again. We have to stop this nonsense.
So would you like to respond to that? That vegetarianism makes a person weak.
How? How does vegetarianism make? How does
makes pacifist not aggressive?
No,
when
that is,
especially your adversaries or enemies are strong and non-vegetarians.
I would just like to say
on.
that anybody who says this obviously lacks any knowledge of the human body and nutrition. Now, I cannot make up for their lack of knowledge. I could urge them to become more educated. If they continue to remain uneducated, that is their problem. But anybody who understands anything about human biology, in fact, the whole world is moving towards plant-based foods.
Yes.
Which is being considered much more healthy.
And climate friendly.
Only in idiotic India are idiotic people saying idiotic things like this. I'm sorry to be harsh about it, but the idiocy of our country is just startling. So one cannot help the uneducatedness of some people. But please kindly go study nutrition, kindly go study the human body, and please see what you find there. Such myths will be proved to be mithya if you do that. Thank you.
Thank you taking that from there. So thank you for that. I think I sufficiently provoked you to say something, something on that. Thank you so much. This was as candid as Professor Hindol continues to be, as forthright, as honest, as authentic as he continues to be in his book, in his writing, in his public engagement as well. So thank you, paying respect to Prabhupada ji and ISKCON and what they have done for Krishna Chaitanya around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a beautiful and insightful session. And yeah,
any observation,
please,
question?
please.
So I have a couple of questions. One is that you began saying three things which Prabhupada ji had sort of set as principles for followers. One was no intoxication. I guess the second is vegetarian. What is the third? Before you could say the third, you got distracted.
The other one was what he described as illicit sex, as in sex without devoted, partnership, right? Basically having one partner.
Okay.
In the institution of marriage,
right.
But basically having one partner.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to say is that, on one hand, there is this whole thing that, you should be that the Vaishnava tradition says that you should be vegetarian, and whether vegetarianism is weakening people. I'm vegetarian, so anyway. But on the other hand, you're saying that, we should be united, we shouldn't do Shakta, Shaivism, everything, and that weakens Hinduism. I'm saying that there is place for everyone. There is place for the non-veg guy also. So why extol one way of living? Because that would make...
No, but this is very simple. This is a complete misunderstanding. The Vaishnavites are saying, as a Vaishnavite, it is good to be vegetarian.
Yeah.
Nowhere are they saying everyone else should be destroyed. This is a mistake. This is a
no. In the sense, saying one thing is superior to the
no.
another.
This is every panth has the right to define what their
Right. Pathway.
path and the
Process.
nuances of the path is. It is like asking the Ramakrishna Mission people, why do you do evening Aratrika singing this song?
Correct.
Can you not sing that song?
Yes.
I mean, you
The
can sing
parampara.
any song, but this is their path.
Parampara and path.
Hinduism
This is
has
their
place
parampara.
for everybody.
This is their parampara. Yes, Hinduism has space for everyone. Sadly, that has been abused also.
Yes.
That has been abused also by many people, by miscreants. Yes, it has place for everyone. That is very different from saying anything goes. These are two different things. There is space for everyone. There is space for everyone who is genuinely a seeker to the path towards the divine. Not anything goes. This is two entirely different things. Let me give you an illustrative example, right? You may say, I don't want to do yoga. Who says only yoga? I'll go to the gym. Go to the gym. Who's stopping you, right? But if you tomorrow say beer yoga is the right way to do yoga, will I accept it? No, of course I will not accept it. You will say, Are, but you said Hinduism, everybody is included. Why don't include me, Are? No, I don't want to include you. That is nonsense. I absolutely don't want to include you.
I think
you
what
are vitiating and polluting and destroying my tradition. How can I include you? So there is what has happened is Hinduism's openness has been abused by miscreants.
Yeah. I think it's about intent. If you have wrong intent, then you are just stretching the borders of Hinduism and incorporating
anything. And in America they do anything: beer yoga, dog yoga, anything. You have basically taken this wonderful concept of yoga, which is a very, very exalted concept. It's union. What is yoga? What does yoga mean? I'm sorry to say this in harsh terms.
Yoga.
Most foolish people who say yoga every day on Instagram don't even know what yoga means. It is meant to bring you in unity with the divine. It is not meant to help you lose the charbi you have acquired by eating McDonald's burgers. Please. If you think like that, if you allow your tradition, this is the other problem with Hindus. We have allowed our tradition to be taken by anything. Tomorrow I can do beer yoga. Tomorrow somebody will say vodka yoga. Third day people will say it is summer or it is winter. We will do whiskey yoga. Anything is. What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this?
Good.
This is perverted. This is perversion. Yeah. And we have allowed our tradition, our most exalted, our most holy, our most foundational tradition to be vitiated and polluted like this. How can we not? And if I speak against this, people will say, oh, you're sounding very stern and fundamentalist. So tomorrow you will come and slap my mother and say, no, Are, you said Hinduism, sir. What is that? I'll slap mother. You said touch speed. Who said only touch speed is bhakti? I'll slap and show bhakti. Why are you not accepting? You said Hinduism is for everyone. How can I accept it?
Correct. I think that drugs and the hippie thing was also part of this, of anything goes.
No,
right?
but Srila, please remember, Srila Prabhupada took people away from drugs, cleansed their lives, brought them to his tradition, got them to eat good sattvic food, clean their life, give them a bhakti life. He didn't say keep doing drugs. No, this is a misunderstanding. You know, we Hindus, I'm sorry to say, we Hindus are so foolish and so idiotic, which is why all the nasty things have happened to us and continues to happen to us.
And with that, we do that to ourselves as well.
Completely.
So last before ending it, Adi Shankara says, Gane, Narayana Rudre, Ambike Bhaskare Tatha, Bhinna Bhinna Na Kartavyam, Panchadeva Namastute. So when the 5 traditions were kind of fighting among them, so he was one of the finest acharyas who said there is no point fighting, bring them together, sit together, work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a beautiful session. And thank you for your presence at KLF, sir.